Some lights shine brightly enough to be seen. Others shine so gently that only a peaceful heart ever notices them. Tonight, beneath the warm skies of an endless summer evening, Elias, Mira, and Lumen follow a quiet melody toward a hidden pavilion where thousands of tiny fireflies awaken with the coming of twilight. There they will discover that even the smallest light can comfort a weary traveler. Every gentle song carries someone safely home, and hope is often shared one quiet glow at a time. Welcome once again to Sleep with Stories, where every journey is lovingly crafted to slow your thoughts, soften your heart, and gently carry you toward peaceful sleep. So make yourself comfortable. Let the day slowly drift away. Take one long, unhurried breath, and when you're ready, follow the first tiny light into the hidden library. The doorway closed behind them without a sound, not because it disappeared, but because the evening itself seemed to welcome silence. Warm air drifted gently across Elias' face. It carried the unmistakable fragrance of late summer. Fresh grass, wild jasmine, sun-warmed cedar, and somewhere nearby, the delicate sweetness of blooming honeysuckle. Elias paused for a moment, allowing the peaceful warmth to settle around him. After the cool freshness of the meadow, this place felt wonderfully different. Not brighter, warmer. The sky stretched endlessly above them. The sun had already begun its slow descent toward the distant hills. Golden light rested softly across the landscape, touching everything with the quiet kindness that belongs only to the final hour before evening. Lumen drew a slow breath. It feels. They searched for the gentlest words, like the whole world is smiling. Mira looked toward the western sky. Summer evenings often do. No one hurried forward. There seemed no reason to. The narrow path before them curved gently through tall meadow grasses that swayed lazily beneath the breeze. Clusters of tiny white daisies nodded beside patches of lavender and bluebells. Golden butterflies wandered from flower to flower without urgency. Even they appeared content to let the day unfold at its own peaceful rhythm. For several quiet minutes, the companions simply walked, their footsteps softened by thick grass, their shadows stretching longer beside them with every passing moment. The hidden library had always offered remarkable places, yet each one carried its own heartbeat. The meadow had spoken through stillness. This place seemed to breathe through warmth. Ahead, small willow trees leaned gracefully over a narrow stream. Its water flowed so gently that it barely seemed to move at all. Instead, the surface reflected the sky with such perfect clarity clouds appeared to float beneath the earth as well as above it. Lumen knelt beside the water. It looks like another sky. Elias smiled. Perhaps every peaceful stream remembers the heavens. Lumen laughed softly. I think I like that better than knowing the real answer. Mira dipped her fingertips into the clear water. Tiny ripples spread outward. Almost immediately, a pair of tiny dragonflies skimmed across the surface. Their delicate wings shimmered with soft amber light. Not magical, simply beautiful. The companions watched them disappear into the reeds beyond the stream. No explanation was needed. Beauty had never required one. The little wooden bridge ahead looked as though it had stood there for generations. Its handrails had grown smooth beneath countless gentle hands. Tiny climbing roses wrapped themselves around the weathered timber, their pale blossoms opening toward the evening sun. Elias rested one hand upon the warm wood before crossing. The bridge felt familiar somehow, not because he had visited it before, because it carried the quiet comfort of something lovingly cared for over many peaceful years. As they crossed, the breeze shifted. For the first time, they heard it, a single note, so soft that Elias almost believed he had imagined it. It floated gently through the warm evening air, not carried by the wind, almost woven into it. The melody disappeared as quietly as it had arrived. Lumen stopped walking. Did you hear that? Elias nodded. I did. Mira smiled without surprise. I wondered when it would greet us. Lumen looked toward her. You knew. I hoped. Another note drifted through the air. Longer this time, gentle, patient. It was unlike any instrument Elias had ever heard. Neither flute, nor violin, nor harp. The sound seemed almost alive, as though the evening itself had learned how to sing. No one spoke again. They simply listened, far beyond the willow trees, hidden somewhere among the softly glowing fields. The quiet melody continued waiting, inviting them forward, one peaceful note at a time. The melody never became louder. It simply became easier to notice. Perhaps because the companions had already slowed enough to hear it. The narrow path continued gently through the meadow, winding between graceful clusters of silver birch and flowering dogwood. Their leaves shimmered softly beneath the golden evening light. Every few steps, the air seemed warmer, not from the fading sun, from the quiet feeling that something beautiful waited just ahead. Lumen smiled to themselves. I've noticed something. Elias glanced toward them. What is it? The hidden library never asks us to hurry. Elias nodded. No, it seems to know. That beautiful places become even more beautiful when we arrive slowly. Mira's eyes reflected the soft amber sky, and perhaps beautiful moments do the same. The words drifted gently into silence. Before them, the path widened into a peaceful hillside scattered with thousands of tiny wildflowers. White, lavender, soft gold, pale blue. The breeze wandered through them so delicately that the meadow seemed almost to breathe. Among the blossoms, small honeybees floated lazily from flower to flower. No frantic buzzing, no hurried movement, only the quiet rhythm of creatures, perfectly content with the evening. Elias found himself smiling. There seems to be enough time for everything here. Mira looked toward the distant hills. There always is, when no one is trying to outrun the day. Far above, a flock of tiny swifts circled through the glowing sky. They rose together, turned together, then drifted effortlessly toward the west, where the horizon had begun to soften into warm shades of rose and amber. Lumen watched until they disappeared. I don't think I've ever noticed how peaceful birds look when no one is watching the clock. The three companions continued walking. Soon, they discovered a collection of old wooden benches resting beneath enormous flowering chestnut trees. Their branches stretched wide above the path, creating long ribbons of cool shade across the warm earth. No signs, no invitation, only quiet welcome. Without speaking, they sat for a little while. The bench had been polished smooth by countless peaceful evenings. Its wood still carried the gentle scent of cedar, warmed by the summer sun. Elias rested his blossom lantern beside him. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, almost shyly, one tiny firefly appeared. It floated slowly out from beneath a nearby fern. Its golden light blinked once, twice, then again. Lumen's eyes widened. The first one, they spoke so softly, as though afraid a louder voice might frighten it away. The tiny light drifted through the warm evening air, not toward the companions, not away from them, simply around them, like a quiet greeting. A second firefly emerged, then a third soon. Half a dozen tiny lights wandered peacefully beneath the chestnut branches. They moved without pattern, without purpose anyone could understand. Yet somehow, they never collided. Each little light seemed perfectly aware of the others. Mira smiled warmly. They always wake one by one, never all at once. Elias watched one settle briefly upon a low fern beside the bench. Its gentle glow illuminated a single dewdrop. For one brief moment, the tiny droplet looked like a little golden star resting upon a green leaf. Then the firefly lifted once more. The star quietly disappeared. Lumen laughed softly. I think they're teaching the evening how to sparkle. Elias looked around the peaceful grove. Or perhaps the evening has been teaching them all along. The melody returned, still distant, still gentle, yet somehow the tiny fireflies seemed to notice it before anyone else. One after another, their little lights blinked together, not perfectly, not like soldiers, more like old friends, smiling at the same happy memory. The companions remained perfectly still, watching, listening, breathing, and somewhere beyond the flowering trees, hidden within the deepening glow of summer twilight, the unseen musician continued playing, patiently waiting for three peaceful travelers to find the place where every tiny light gathered. The companions left the quiet bench only when it felt natural to do so, not because the moment had ended, but because the evening itself seemed to invite them onward. The first fireflies continued drifting lazily beneath the chestnut trees. Behind them, their tiny lights flickered gently among the flowers. Ahead, the path curved toward a wide meadow where the last golden sunlight rested across tall summer grasses. Every blade moved differently, yet together they resembled the slow breathing of the earth itself. Lumen looked across the open field. I've never seen grass move so softly. Mira smiled. It has nothing to prove. The answer felt strangely complete. As they continued walking, the melody returned once more. This time, another voice quietly joined it. Not another instrument, a chorus. Tiny birds hidden somewhere among the branches answered the distant tune with short, delicate notes. None tried to overpower the other. Instead, they seemed perfectly content to leave spaces between each sound. The silence had become part of the music. Elias listened carefully. Perhaps that was why it felt so peaceful. No voice demanded attention. Every note trusted another to follow. Soon, they reached the crest of a gentle hill. The companions stopped together. Before them, the summer landscape unfolded in every direction. Golden fields rolled softly toward distant forests. Silver streams reflected the evening sky. Wildflower meadows glowed beneath the fading sunlight. Small wooden footpaths wandered through the fields like quiet ribbons. Here and there, old lantern posts stood beside the trails. None were lit. They seemed to wait patiently for night. Lumen turned slowly in a circle. It feels endless. Elias nodded. But not lonely. No. It feels They smiled, as though every hill already knows we're here. Far below, they noticed something moving beside one of the winding paths. Not a traveler, a family of hedgehogs, 2 adults, 3 tiny young ones. The little family crossed the path without hurry before disappearing beneath a patch of fern. Lumen covered a quiet laugh with one hand. They walk exactly like little clouds. Mira watched them disappear. Every creature follows its own evening ritual. And tonight, we're simply guests. The words filled Elias with quiet gratitude. He realized that nowhere they had visited within the hidden library had ever belonged to them. The library never asked travelers to own its wonders, only to appreciate them. A warm breeze crossed the hillside. This one carried a new fragrance: fresh mint, sweet clover, and something gently woody, like polished cedar after a summer rain. The scent felt comforting in a way Elias couldn't explain. Nearby, an old oak tree spread its enormous branches over the hillside. Beneath it rested a weathered stone drinking bowl filled with perfectly clear water. Small birds visited one after another. A robin, a bluebird, 2 tiny wrens. Each took a quiet drink before flying away. No bird chased another. No wings hurried. Lumen watched them with a peaceful smile. They all seemed to know there will be enough. Elias found himself remembering the quiet circle, the empty stones, the maple seed, the lesson that kindness never became smaller by being shared. Perhaps abundance was simply another form of trust. The melody drifted toward them again, closer now, not loud enough to reveal its source, only near enough that each note carried a gentle warmth, impossible to describe. Even the birds seemed to pause between their songs, listening, waiting. The first golden light of sunset slowly softened into amber. Long shadows stretched peacefully across the hills, and almost without noticing, the companions realized something wonderful. There were no longer dozens of fireflies. There were hundreds. Tiny golden lights had begun appearing throughout the fields below. 1 here, 3 there, 10 beneath a willow, 20 dancing above the stream. Each new light awakened quietly until the entire summer meadow seemed to breathe with tiny floating stars. Lumen whispered, "I don't think they're gathering by accident." Mira looked toward the unseen horizon where the melody continued flowing through the evening. No, they're going home. Elias followed the drifting lights with quiet wonder, and somewhere beyond the softly glowing meadow, still hidden from sight, the pavilion patiently waited, its first evening guests already finding their way home. 1 tiny light, at a time, the tiny lights continued drifting across the meadow, not in straight lines, not in perfect circles. Each firefly wandered with its own quiet rhythm, yet together they formed something wonderfully harmonious. The companions slowly descended the hillside. They did not follow a marked trail. Instead, they found themselves walking beside the little lights. Sometimes one floated ahead. Sometimes another lingered beside a cluster of summer flowers. It almost seemed as though the fireflies preferred company rather than leading. Lumen held out one hand. A single firefly drifted closer. It hovered above an open palm for only a heartbeat. Its tiny lantern glowed once, softly enough to illuminate the gentle lines upon Lumen's hand. Then, without touching, it floated peacefully onward. Lumen smiled. It trusted me. Mira looked fondly toward the tiny light. Perhaps, or perhaps, it simply wasn't afraid. Elias found himself smiling at the familiar lesson. How many times had the hidden library quietly returned the same truth, not through repetition, but through different voices? The silver fox, the white cranes, the meadow now, the fireflies. Trust never arrived with great announcements. It revealed itself quietly, in small moments ahead. The stream widened into a peaceful pond. Its surface reflected the deepening sky with remarkable clarity. Amber faded into rose. Rose slowly welcomed violet. The first evening stars had not yet appeared, yet their places already seemed prepared. Tiny lily pads rested peacefully upon the still water. White water lilies had begun opening for the evening. Their petals glowed faintly beneath the last warm light of the sun. Around them, more fireflies awakened. Their reflections shimmered beneath the water like tiny constellations floating below the surface. Lumen stopped walking. It looks, they laughed softly, like the stars couldn't wait for night. Elias watched the glowing reflections dance across the pond. Perhaps they were simply eager to meet the water. Nearby, an old wooden rowboat rested beneath a willow tree. It was tied loosely to a weathered post. The gentle movement of the water caused it to rock almost imperceptibly. Inside the boat, someone had carefully placed a folded linen blanket, a woven basket, and a small clay lantern. The lantern remained unlit, yet somehow it did not feel forgotten. It felt expected, as though someone would quietly return when the evening was ready. Mira noticed Elias looking toward it. The library has many places prepared for travelers, even when no one has arrived yet. Lumen looked thoughtfully toward the empty boat. I think that's one of the kindest things I've ever seen. No one questioned who owned it. No one wondered when it would be used. The hidden library had slowly taught them that unanswered questions could be comforting too. Sometimes wonder remained most beautiful when left gently untouched. The melody floated across the pond once again, closer, clearer. This time, they could hear pauses between the notes, gentle spaces, almost like quiet breaths. The fireflies responded immediately. Hundreds of tiny lights rose together above the lilies. Not startled, not hurried, only welcoming. The pond shimmered with living gold. Soft ripples carried tiny reflections toward every shore. Above them, the evening sky continued growing deeper. The first star finally appeared, small, steady, almost shy. Lumen noticed it immediately. The night has arrived. Mira looked upward. No, she smiled warmly. I think the evening is simply opening another page. Elias lifted his eyes toward the peaceful sky. Somewhere beyond the willow branches, the unseen melody continued calling gently through the summer air. And just ahead, hidden beyond one final grove of flowering trees, a warm golden glow had begun appearing between the branches, not bright enough to reveal everything, only enough to promise that the pavilion itself was finally waiting just beyond the next quiet bend. The companions walked beneath the flowering trees, their branches arched gracefully above the path, weaving together into a living canopy that filtered the last golden light of day. Petals drifted lazily through the warm evening air. Some settled upon the grass. Others rested quietly upon the stream beside them before floating gently away. No breeze hurried them. Even the flowers seemed content to arrive exactly where they belonged. Lumen watched one pale blossom settle upon the sleeve of their cloak. Instead of brushing it away, they smiled. I think it chose to rest for a while. Elias looked toward the tiny blossom. Then perhaps we should let it. The flower remained there for several peaceful moments before slipping silently back into the meadow. No one reached after it. Some beautiful things were meant only to visit. Ahead, the path narrowed once more. This time it curved gently between tall hedges of blooming jasmine. Their fragrance surrounded the companions like a quiet embrace. Sweet, yet never overwhelming. Familiar, yet somehow impossible to remember from anywhere beyond the hidden library. The melody floated through the blossoms once again, closer than ever before. Elias could now hear something beneath it. Not another instrument. Laughter, soft, warm. unhurried laughter, not the loud laughter of crowded celebrations, the kind shared between old friends who no longer needed many words. Lumen paused. There are people. Mira nodded gently. There usually are. But Lumen looked around in surprise. We haven't seen anyone. The pavilion welcomes evenings. Mira answered. Most travelers arrive when the light begins changing. The words settled quietly into Elias' thoughts. The hidden library never gathered crowds. It gathered moments. Each traveler arrived exactly when the story needed them. No earlier, no later. As the companions continued forward, the fireflies became more numerous. Hundreds, then thousands, their tiny golden lanterns drifting peacefully through the gathering twilight. Yet something remarkable slowly became clear. Not one firefly flew wildly. Not one hurried ahead. Each little light moved with the same quiet confidence, as though everyone already knew exactly where home awaited. Elias found himself following their gentle rhythm instead of the path itself. Without realizing it, his breathing had slowed to match them. Step, breath, step, breath, until walking itself began to feel almost like listening. The jasmine hedge slowly opened. Beyond it, a wide clearing stretched beneath the deepening summer sky. Tall oak trees circled its edges. Small streams wound gently through flowering gardens. Lantern posts stood among beds of lavender and moonflowers. None had yet been lit. They didn't need to be. The fireflies had already begun that quiet work themselves. Golden lights floated around every wooden post, every flower, every winding path. The entire clearing shimmered, as though evening itself had decided to bloom. In the very center, still partly hidden behind graceful willow branches, stood the roof of an ancient wooden pavilion. Its cedar beams glowed warmly beneath the last light of sunset. Tiny climbing roses embraced its pillars. Soft white curtains stirred lazily with the evening breeze. The melody, which had guided them since crossing the little bridge, now flowed gently from within, not performing, not calling attention to itself, simply existing. Like water, like birdsong, like the quiet heartbeat of summer. Lumen whispered almost without thinking, "We found it." Elias looked toward the softly glowing pavilion, then toward the countless tiny lights slowly gathering around it. A quiet feeling settled inside him. Not excitement, not surprise, recognition, as though somewhere deep within his heart, he had always known that one evening there would be a place where every tiny light would eventually find its way. The three companions stood together, at the edge of the clearing. None of them stepped forward immediately. Some places deserved to be admired before they were entered, and as the first true stars quietly awakened above the summer sky, the pavilion continued glowing peacefully before them, surrounded by thousands upon thousands of tiny living lanterns, waiting without ever asking anyone to hurry. For a little while, the companions remained exactly where they were. The pavilion never seemed to expect immediate visitors. It simply continued existing peacefully beneath the growing evening sky. The first stars slowly multiplied overhead. 1 became 3. 3 became 7. Soon, the heavens mirrored the meadow below. Above, quiet stars. Below, quiet fireflies. Between them, the pavilion rested like a gentle promise, connecting both worlds. Lumen looked upward, then downward. They almost looked the same. Elias followed their gaze. The stars and the fireflies. Lumen nodded. I can't tell where one sky ends and the other begins. Mira smiled softly. Perhaps they were never meant to be separated. The words lingered in the warm evening air. Nearby, a narrow stream curved gracefully around the pavilion grounds before disappearing beneath a small stone bridge. Fireflies drifted low above the water. Their reflections doubled every tiny light. For every golden lantern floating through the evening, another seemed to glow peacefully beneath the surface. The little stream carried both skies together, without choosing between them, without disturbing either. Elias watched the water for several quiet breaths. The hidden library had always shown him remarkable places. Yet tonight, everything felt wonderfully simple. Wood, stone, water, flowers, light. Nothing grand, nothing impossible, only ordinary beauty. Noticed completely, a gentle breeze wandered through the pavilion gardens. The white curtains surrounding the open structure lifted almost weightlessly before settling once again. Inside, the melody continued, closer now, clear enough for Elias to notice something he had missed before. Between every phrase, there was silence, not empty silence, comfortable silence, the kind shared by friends who no longer feared quiet moments together. Lumen seemed to notice it as well. They're not filling every moment. Mira shook her head gently. No, they're leaving room for the evening to answer. Almost immediately, a chorus of crickets began singing from the tall grasses. Soft, steady, unhurried, the melody did not compete with them. It welcomed them. Soon, the stream joined, then the leaves, then distant birds preparing for the night. One by one, the entire evening quietly became part of the same song. Elias closed his eyes, only for a moment. He no longer tried to separate the sounds. Music, water, wind, fireflies, crickets, everything belonged together. When he opened his eyes again, he noticed something beautiful. No fireflies had gathered inside the pavilion. Not yet. Instead, they circled respectfully around its open edges, as though waiting politely for the music to invite them closer. Lumen whispered, "They're listening." Mira's smile grew warmer. And perhaps the music is listening to them. Neither answer felt more true than the other. The companions finally took another slow step forward, then another. The wooden path leading toward the pavilion was lined with smooth river stones, polished by countless peaceful seasons. Tiny wild thyme grew between them. Its gentle fragrance rose softly beneath each careful footstep. Not one board creaked. Not one bird flew away. Even their arrival seemed already expected. The melody welcomed them without changing, without growing louder, without announcing that new travelers had come. It simply continued, patiently, confident that anyone who truly belonged there would naturally find their place. The pavilion stood only a short distance away now. Warm cedar beams, graceful lantern posts, white curtains moving like slow summer clouds. And somewhere within, someone continued playing, not for an audience, not for applause, but simply because the evening had asked for a little more beauty. The wooden walkway carried them gently across the final few steps. Each plank had been shaped by careful hands long ago. Time had softened its edges. Summer evenings had polished its surface. Countless peaceful footsteps had left no mark, except the quiet feeling that every traveler had been welcomed here. The pavilion stood open on every side. There were no doors, no gates, nothing to separate the garden from the shelter within. Only graceful cedar pillars rose toward a beautifully crafted roof, where flowering vines climbed patiently from season to season. Clusters of pale climbing roses framed the entrance. Their blossoms glowed softly beneath the first true light of evening. Lumen slowed almost to a stop. "It doesn't feel like entering." Mira nodded. "It feels like continuing." Elias smiled. Perhaps every place within the hidden library understood the same secret. Home never needed announcing. It simply allowed people to arrive. The companions quietly removed the light dust from their shoes. Upon a woven reed mat resting near the entrance, no sign instructed them to do so. The gesture felt natural, like greeting an old friend with quiet respect. The warm cedar floor beneath their feet carried the gentle fragrance of polished wood and long summer afternoons. Wide benches curved gracefully around the open edges of the pavilion. Simple cushions rested upon each one. Soft linen, natural wool, nothing luxurious, everything comforting. Tiny clay bowls filled with fresh spring water had been placed beside every seat. Floating within each bowl, one white jasmine flower rested peacefully upon the surface. Lumen looked around slowly. Someone prepared all of this. Mira gently traced one fingertip across the smooth cedar railing. They always do. But Lumen looked toward the empty pavilion. Where is everyone? Mira simply smiled. Exactly where they need to be. The answer seemed wonderfully complete. Near the center of the pavilion, a single round table stood beneath the open roof. Upon it rested nothing except a wide ceramic bowl, filled not with fruit, nor flowers, but hundreds of tiny smooth river stones, each one different, each one polished until it reflected the golden light of evening. Elias picked up one small stone, warm, comfortably heavy, perfectly smooth. He rolled it gently between his fingers. Without knowing why, he placed it back into the bowl. Some things asked only to be noticed, not kept. A peaceful silence settled over the pavilion once again. Yet the melody continued. Closer than ever, the companions slowly turned together. Beyond the far side of the pavilion, half hidden beneath graceful willow branches, another small structure rested beside the stream. Not another pavilion, only a simple open wooden platform extending over the quiet water. There, bathed in the warm glow of countless drifting fireflies, sat a solitary figure. The evening breeze gently stirred silver hair, gathered loosely behind weathered shoulders. Simple cream-colored robes moved softly with every passing breath. A slender wooden flute rested lightly between patient hands. The melody flowed from it as naturally as water flowing downstream. No performance, no audience, only music, offered freely to the evening itself. Around the platform, the fireflies gathered in astonishing numbers, not clinging, not circling frantically, simply floating peacefully within the music. Each tiny light seemed to brighten whenever another gentle note drifted across the stream. Lumen hardly whispered at all. "Is that?" Mira nodded before the question could finish. Yes. For several quiet moments, none of the companions moved. The musician never looked toward them, never paused, never acknowledged their arrival. Yet somehow, Elias felt certain they had already been welcomed, not by words, not by gestures, but by the simple understanding that beautiful places never ask permission before allowing someone to belong. The melody drifted across the water once more, gentle, patient, filled with the quiet warmth of a summer evening that seemed perfectly content to last for as long as every listening heart needed it. No one stepped forward immediately. To interrupt the melody would have felt like speaking while watching the sunrise, so the companions simply remained where they were. The flute continued its gentle song. Sometimes the notes rose lightly into the evening air, only to settle once more upon the quiet stream. Sometimes they lingered, almost disappearing, before returning again with peaceful certainty. The melody never asked to be remembered. It simply allowed itself to be heard. Lumen found themselves breathing in time with it, without trying, without noticing. Each slow breath arrived naturally beside every quiet phrase. "I think," they whispered, "it's slowing my thoughts." Mira smiled. The best music rarely asks us to think. It simply reminds us how to listen. Across the water, another gentle breeze wandered beneath the willow branches. Hundreds of fireflies rose together, not startled, not summoned, only welcoming the evening that had now fully arrived. Their tiny lights reflected upon the stream until the water itself appeared woven from countless threads of living gold. Elias rested one hand upon the smooth cedar railing. His blossom lantern hung quietly beside him. For a long while, nothing changed. Then, almost too gently to notice, one tiny firefly drifted toward the lantern. It circled it once, then twice, its little golden light reflected upon the polished glass before it quietly returned to the others. The lantern itself remained unchanged, no brighter, no dimmer, as though it understood that this evening was not about collecting light. It was about sharing it. Lumen noticed. It didn't go inside. No. Elias answered softly. It wasn't trying to. The thought settled peacefully among them. Perhaps not every beautiful thing needed to become a keepsake. Some gifts remained beautiful simply because they were free to leave again. The melody slowly came to its natural end. Not suddenly, not dramatically. Each note simply grew quieter until the final gentle breath disappeared into the warm summer air. Silence followed, not empty silence, contented silence, the kind that arrives after everyone has heard exactly what they needed. Only then did the silver-haired musician slowly lower the flute. For a few peaceful moments, They simply watched the fireflies drifting above the water. Then, without turning around, they spoke. Their voice carried the same warmth as the melody itself. Soft, patient, gentle enough that the evening seemed unwilling to disturb it. I was beginning to wonder which path you would choose. Lumen blinked in surprise. You knew we were here. A quiet smile appeared. I knew. The fireflies had found new friends. Only then did the musician slowly turn toward them. Kind eyes, weathered by many peaceful summers, yet bright with the gentle curiosity of someone who had never stopped noticing small wonders. There was nothing mysterious about them, nothing grand, only the quiet comfort of meeting someone who had learned to make every stranger feel expected. They inclined their head ever so slightly. Welcome to the pavilion where fireflies gathered. And somehow, those few simple words felt less like an introduction and more like remembering a place the heart had been quietly searching for all along. The companions crossed the little wooden bridge in silence. No one felt the need to hurry toward the musician. Some meetings became more beautiful when approached slowly. The silver-haired woman rested the slender flute across her lap. Several fireflies settled lightly upon the smooth cedar railing beside her. None touched her, yet none wandered far away. It was as though they had long ago learned they were welcome here. As Elias, Mira, and Lumen stepped onto the small platform, the evening itself seemed to grow quieter. The stream continued flowing. The willow branches continued swaying. The crickets continued singing. Yet every sound somehow found its proper place. Nothing competed. Everything belonged. The woman greeted each of them with the same gentle smile, not the smile of someone meeting strangers, but the smile of someone recognizing familiar hearts. My name, she said softly, is Aurelia. Lumen returned the smile. It feels. They hesitated, as though we've always known this place. Aurelia looked toward the drifting fireflies. Most travelers say that. They often believe they're discovering the pavilion. Her eyes reflected hundreds of tiny golden lights dancing across the water. But perhaps the pavilion has simply been waiting for them to remember it. No one answered immediately. The thought settled gently among them, like one more firefly finding a quiet place to rest. Aurelia lifted a small clay teapot resting beside her. Its surface had been painted with delicate wildflowers. Without asking, she quietly poured warm herbal tea into 4 simple ceramic cups. Steam rose slowly into the cool evening air. The fragrance carried gentle notes of chamomile, fresh mint, and wild honey. She offered the first cup to Elias, the second to Mira, the third to Lumen. Only then did she pour one for herself. No ceremony, no explanation, only quiet hospitality. Lumen wrapped both hands around the warm cup. It smells like. They smiled. A peaceful memory. Elias' eyes brightened. The nicest evenings usually do. For several long moments, the four simply sat together, watching, listening, sipping warm tea, while countless tiny lights wandered peacefully through the summer twilight. No conversation felt necessary. The hidden library had quietly taught Elias that some friendships began not through shared stories, but through shared silence. Across the stream, another wave of fireflies slowly rose into the evening sky. This time, they did not gather around the pavilion. Instead, they drifted gently upward until they floated among the first stars. For one breathtaking moment, Elias could no longer tell where the heavens ended or where the little lanterns began. The earth and the sky had become one quiet tapestry of light. Elias watched them with the calm expression of someone witnessing an old friend return home. Then she spoke one final sentence before the evening settled once more into peaceful silence. The brightest lights are beautiful. She looked toward a single tiny firefly resting upon a wildflower beside the stream. But the smallest ones are often the easiest to carry home. No lesson followed, no explanation. The words needed nothing more. They simply joined the countless quiet truths the hidden library had already placed inside every gentle journey. Above them, the stars continued awakening. Around them, the fireflies continued dancing. And within the pavilion, 4 peaceful travelers shared the first quiet evening together, while somewhere deep inside the hidden library, another unforgettable story had only just begun. The evening settled a little deeper around the pavilion. Day had not completely disappeared. Night had not fully arrived. For a little while, both shared the sky together. Elias cradled the warm cup of tea between her hands. She seemed in no hurry to begin another melody, nor to begin another conversation. The pavilion appeared perfectly comfortable with silence. So were its guests. Lumen watched a single firefly drifting slowly above the tea. I thought they would fly everywhere. Elias smiled. They could, but they choose not to. Lumen looked around the pavilion once more. Every firefly wandered gently through the open air. Some rested among climbing roses. Others floated above the stream. A few drifted beneath the cedar roof. Yet none moved carelessly. Each tiny light seemed aware of every other. they never seem lost. Lumen whispered, "No." Aurelia answered, "They always know where the quiet is." The words remained with Elias. Throughout every journey, the hidden library had never shown creatures struggling to become something greater than themselves. The cranes had simply flown. The fox had simply wandered. The butterflies had simply danced. Now, the fireflies simply glowed. Perhaps peace began there, not by becoming extraordinary, but by becoming completely yourself. A soft breeze crossed the pavilion. The white curtains lifted gently once again. Their slow movement revealed something Elias had not noticed before. Beyond the pavilion, hidden among flowering trees, stood dozens of tiny wooden lantern posts. Simple, handcrafted, each one no taller than a child's shoulder. Yet none carried candles. None held oil. None had ever been lit by flame. Instead, fireflies quietly floated inside every tiny lantern. Not trapped, not enclosed, the little doors remained completely open. The insects wandered in and out whenever they wished. Some stayed only moments. Others lingered peacefully before drifting away again. Lumen stared in amazement. "They are choosing to light them." Aurelia nodded. "Every evening, they return, they rest, and when dawn arrives, they leave again." Elias walked toward one of the little lanterns. Its polished cedar roof had weathered through many summers. Tiny carved flowers decorated each corner. Inside, 3 little fireflies floated lazily around one another. Their combined glow was no brighter than a single candle, yet somehow it felt warmer, more alive. Aurelia joined him. "Long ago," she said quietly, "someone tried placing candles inside these lanterns." Elias looked toward her. "What happened?" "They burned beautifully." She smiled. "For one evening. Then they disappeared." She gently watched one tiny firefly leave the lantern before another quietly entered. But these little lights have returned every summer since. Elias rested one hand upon the smooth cedar. The lantern carried no lock, no cage, no secret, only welcome. Perhaps that was why the fireflies always returned, not because they belonged there, because they knew they were free to leave. The thought reminded him of the hidden library itself. No traveler had ever been asked to remain, yet somehow everyone hoped to return. Nearby, Mira quietly watched Lumen, following another tiny firefly through the pavilion garden. The little light paused above one lavender blossom, then another, then another. Lumen never tried to catch it, never reached for it, only smiled, walking beside it, as though sharing the same peaceful evening together. Elias noticed. They've learned quickly. Mira looked toward Lumen with quiet affection. They've learned to enjoy wonder without needing to own it. Elias' smile deepened. Then the pavilion has already begun sharing its first gift. Far above, the stars continued multiplying across the deep blue heavens. Below them, the tiny lanterns of the pavilion answered one by one. Golden light above, golden light below. Between both skies, 4 peaceful travelers and 1 quiet musician shared another unhurried moment together, while somewhere beyond the gardens, the music of the hidden library patiently waited for its next gentle breath. The little lanterns remained scattered throughout the pavilion gardens. Some rested beside winding paths. Others stood quietly beneath flowering trees. A few overlooked the peaceful stream, where the first stars had begun reflecting beside the drifting fireflies. None demanded attention. They simply waited, as they always had. Lumen slowly wandered from one lantern to another. Each one looked slightly different. Some had tiny carved leaves beneath their roofs. Others carried delicate patterns of wildflowers. One had little birds carved around its base. Another showed gently flowing waves that reminded Elias of quiet rivers beneath moonlight. No two are exactly alike, Lumen observed. Elias nodded. They were never meant to be. Who made them? For a moment, Elias simply watched the tiny lights moving peacefully inside the nearest lantern. Many hands, across many summers. Some travelers stayed for one evening. Others returned for many years. Each left behind one lantern. Lumen looked across the gardens with renewed wonder. So, every lantern is someone's gift. Yes, but not for themselves. The answer lingered softly in the evening air. Elias found himself resting beside one of the oldest lanterns. Its cedar had faded into a gentle silver gray with age. Tiny cracks marked the passage of countless seasons, yet it remained sturdy, beautiful, welcoming. He gently brushed away a single fallen jasmine petal resting upon its roof. Almost immediately, 2 tiny fireflies drifted inside together, not because he had touched it, simply because evening continued unfolding around them. The pavilion never hurried to reward kindness. It simply allowed kindness to become part of its rhythm. Nearby, Mira had settled upon one of the curved cedar benches overlooking the stream. She watched the little lights wandering peacefully through the gardens. "It reminds me," she said quietly, "of the library itself." Elias smiled knowingly. In what way? No one is asked to shine the brightest. No one is asked to stay forever. No one is asked to become someone else. She looked toward Lumen. They are simply welcomed. Elias lowered her eyes for a thoughtful moment. That is often enough. Silence returned, not because the conversation had ended, because every answer had already arrived. The stream continued its quiet journey beneath the pavilion. Fireflies floated low above its surface. Now and then, one paused above the water, just long enough for its reflection to become another tiny lantern beneath the current. Lumen laughed softly. The stream gets its own fireflies. Elias looked toward the shimmering reflections. I've always believed the water enjoys keeping them company. The companions smiled. No one questioned whether such a thing could truly be possible. The hidden library had long since taught them that gentle thoughts were often more valuable than certain answers. A faint breeze carried the fragrance of evening primroses through the pavilion. Their blossoms had quietly opened while no one had been watching. The flowers seemed almost to prefer unnoticed moments. Elias realized how many beautiful things had appeared tonight without announcing themselves. The stars, the fireflies, the blossoms, even Elias' music. Perhaps the quietest gifts were often the easiest to overlook, unless someone intentionally slowed enough to notice them. Just then, a single tiny bell chimed somewhere beyond the gardens. Only once, clear, gentle, almost playful. Lumen looked up. Was that the pavilion? Elias smiled. No. The evening. No further explanation followed. Somewhere beyond the willow trees, another soft breeze wandered across the summer fields. The fireflies answered by rising together in graceful waves of golden light. Above the pavilion, they drifted slowly into the deepening night, like countless tiny hopes, finding exactly where they belonged. The little bell did not ring again. Its single note simply became part of the evening, like the final ripple after a pebble meets still water. No one searched for its source. Some sounds were more beautiful when allowed to remain unanswered. Elias slowly stood. She carried her empty teacup to a small cedar table near the edge of the pavilion. The companions noticed that several tiny clay bowls rested there. Each held fresh spring water. Each reflected the golden dance of nearby fireflies. Without saying a word, Elias gently refilled every bowl, one by one, not because they had become empty, because evening had arrived. Lumen watched with quiet curiosity. You do that every night? Elias nodded. Every evening, before the stars grow too many to count. And after, she smiled. I simply enjoy watching whoever comes to drink. As though her words had been heard, a tiny robin landed beside one of the bowls. Its feathers still carried the warm colors of the fading sunset. The little bird looked toward Aurelia without fear. It took a few peaceful sips, then fluttered onto the cedar railing beside her. A moment later, another visitor arrived. Not a bird this time. A small gray rabbit emerged carefully from beneath a lavender bush. Its long ears twitched once, twice. Then it quietly approached another bowl. Lumen's smile grew wider. They know you. Aurelia looked toward the little rabbit. I don't think so. I think they simply know they're welcome. Again, the answer felt larger than the words themselves. The rabbit finished drinking and wandered peacefully back toward the flowers. No one reached out. No one disturbed it. The hidden library had quietly taught them that kindness often meant allowing another creature to remain exactly as comfortable as it already was. A gentle breeze wandered through the pavilion once more. This one carried tiny floating seeds from nearby summer grasses. Soft white tufts drifted lazily through the air among the fireflies. For a brief moment, it became impossible to tell which little lights were glowing and which simply floated upon the wind. The entire garden seemed wrapped in slow-moving stars. Elias looked upward. The evening sky had deepened into rich sapphire. Constellations now stretched from one horizon to the other. Yet somehow, the pavilion did not feel smaller beneath such an enormous sky. It felt held, sheltered, as though the stars themselves had quietly gathered overhead to listen. Aurelia followed his gaze. When I was very young, she said softly, I believed the stars were watching us. She paused. A tiny firefly drifted between them before disappearing into the jasmine blossoms. Now, I wonder if perhaps they're simply enjoying the same evening. Lumen laughed quietly. I like that better. So do I, Aurelia answered. The companions settled once more upon the curved cedar benches. No one suggested another destination. No one asked what would happen next. The pavilion seemed to have its own gentle rhythm, one that could not be planned, only experienced. The stream whispered. The willow leaves answered. Fireflies wandered peacefully through the warm summer darkness. And somewhere, farther within the pavilion gardens, another melody had quietly begun, not from Aurelia's flute. Something softer, almost hidden, like tiny voices humming together beyond the flowering trees. Lumen lifted their head. Did you hear that? This time, even Aurelia listened carefully. a small smile appeared. "They are awake." She said nothing more, only looked toward a winding garden path, disappearing into the softly glowing night, where hundreds of tiny golden lights had begun gathering, as though preparing to reveal another quiet wonder. No one immediately followed the garden path. The companions had learned that the hidden library never hurried its own wonders. If something wished to be discovered, it would patiently wait. Elias picked up her flute once again. She did not raise it to her lips. Instead, she held it gently across her hands, almost as one might cradle an old letter written by a dear friend. Lumen looked toward it. "How long have you had your flute?" Elias's eyes softened. "So long that I've forgotten the first evening we met." She smiled quietly. "But I still remember the first evening we truly listened to one another." Elias tilted his head slightly. "You listened to the flute." A gentle laugh escaped her. "No, we listened together." She rested one hand upon the smooth wood. An instrument has its own quiet heart. It teaches its keeper only after its keeper learns patience. No one tried to explain the thought. Some truths seemed happier remaining just beyond perfect understanding. The tiny humming continued beyond the flowering trees. Not louder, only closer, like distant voices carried gently across still water. Lumen glanced toward the winding path once again. It sounds almost like people singing. Elias looked toward the softly glowing garden. Perhaps, or perhaps, something even smaller. At that moment, a tiny firefly settled upon the end of her flute. It remained perfectly still. Then another joined it. Then another. Within moments, half a dozen little lights rested along the polished wood. The flute itself had become another quiet lantern. Elias watched them with the familiar smile of someone greeting old companions. "You see," she whispered, "they always know when music has become peaceful enough to rest." Lumen could not hide their amazement. "They're not following the melody." "No," Elias answered. "They're following the stillness that remains after it." The answer settled deep within Elias. How often had he spent his life remembering songs while forgetting the silence they left behind? Perhaps peace had never lived inside the music alone. Perhaps it had always been waiting inside the quiet that gently followed. The humming beyond the garden became a little clearer. Now it rose and fell together in delicate waves. Not words, not voices, only soft little tones that blended so naturally with the crickets and flowing stream that it was impossible to tell where one ended and another began. Mira smiled knowingly. I remember hearing this once, many journeys ago. Lumen looked toward her. What is it? Mira's smile grew just a little. I think the evening would rather show you. The companions slowly rose together, not because curiosity hurried them, because wonder had quietly opened another page. Aurelia stepped from the pavilion first. She did not lead. She simply walked beside them. The little garden path curved gently beneath flowering arches, woven with climbing jasmine and pale moonflowers. Fireflies drifted among the blossoms like tiny floating lanterns suspended beneath the stars. The mysterious humming continued waiting somewhere ahead, patient, gentle, almost smiling. And as the four companions disappeared beneath the flowering archway, the pavilion behind them continued glowing peacefully, its countless tiny lights quietly welcoming every traveler who had ever needed a place where even silence felt like home. The flowering archway opened into another quiet garden, smaller than the pavilion grounds, more intimate, almost hidden here. The evening seemed to move even more slowly. Low stone walls curved gently between clusters of lavender, evening primrose, and pale blue hydrangeas. Narrow streams wandered beneath tiny wooden bridges, no wider than a single traveler. Every few steps, small cedar lanterns rested among the flowers. Just as before, none contained candles, only patient fireflies, coming and going as freely as the summer breeze. The gentle humming continued. Now it surrounded them, not from one direction, but from many. Lumen looked carefully around the garden. I still can't see anyone. Elias smiled. Because no one is singing. The companions slowed even further. Then, almost together, they noticed them, dozens of tiny honeybees, moving peacefully among the evening blossoms. Unlike the busy mornings Elias remembered from ordinary gardens, these bees seemed almost dreamlike. They drifted slowly from flower to flower. Their soft humming rose and fell together with remarkable gentleness, not hurried, not restless, simply content. Lumen whispered, "It was the bees." Aurelia nodded. Every summer evening, they sing the garden to sleep. The words made Elias smile. No scientific explanation entered his thoughts. It simply felt true. One little bee settled upon a blooming lavender stem. Another landed beside it. Soon, half a dozen rested together, while their quiet humming blended into one peaceful melody. The flowers swayed gently beneath their tiny weight. Mira knelt beside a cluster of moonflowers that had only just begun opening beneath the stars. The garden changes without asking us to notice. Elias joined her. The kindest things often do. Elias watched as one moonflower slowly unfolded another delicate white petal. So slowly, the movement was almost impossible to see. Yet after only a few quiet breaths, it had completely opened. Its sweet fragrance drifted softly across the little garden. No applause, no announcement, only quiet beauty. Lumen smiled. I think this place likes surprises. Elias looked around the peaceful garden. I believe it prefers discoveries. The difference was small, yet somehow it felt important. Surprises arrived suddenly. Discoveries waited patiently. The companions continued along the winding path. Ahead, a small circular clearing appeared beneath 3 enormous cherry trees. Their blossoms had long since fallen earlier in the season. Now their deep green leaves formed a living roof above the garden. Beneath them stood 4 empty cedar chairs arranged around a tiny round table. Upon the table rested a single glass bowl filled with clear spring water. Floating gently upon its surface were dozens of tiny white flower petals. Fireflies drifted above the bowl. Their reflections shimmered among the petals until it resembled a little night sky resting quietly upon the table. Lumen looked toward Elias. Do people sit here? They do. And what do they do? Elias smiled. They watch. Lumen blinked. For how long? Elias' eyes reflected the little golden lights dancing above the water. For exactly as long as the evening needs them. No one laughed. No one questioned such an unusual answer. Instead, the companions quietly took their seats beneath the old cherry trees. Around them, the bees continued their gentle evening song. Fireflies wandered through the branches above. The stream whispered nearby, and somewhere beyond the peaceful garden, the pavilion waited with its warm lanterns glowing softly beneath the stars, while the hidden library, without speaking a single word, continued teaching its oldest lesson, that the smallest moments often became the ones the heart remembered longest. For a long while, no one spoke. The little garden beneath the cherry trees seemed to understand that peaceful thoughts often arrived only after conversation had quietly stepped aside. The companions watched the glass bowl resting upon the little cedar table. Its surface remained almost perfectly still. Only now and then, a wandering firefly drifted low enough for its reflection to shimmer among the floating white petals. One tiny light, then another. Soon, the bowl appeared to contain its own little constellation. decoration. Lumen leaned forward carefully. It looks like someone collected a piece of the night. Elias smiled. No one collected it. The night simply chose to visit. Again, the pavilion offered a lesson without asking anyone to learn it. Beauty had not been gathered. It had been welcomed. A gentle breeze wandered through the cherry branches overhead. Hundreds of leaves whispered together, unlike the melody of the flute or the humming of the bees. Their music had no beginning, no ending. It simply existed, waiting patiently for anyone willing to listen. Elias rested comfortably against the smooth cedar chair. His eyes slowly followed the movement of the fireflies above the garden. Some floated alone. Others wandered in quiet pairs. A few drifted together for several moments before peacefully continuing along different paths. Not one seemed concerned about where another was going. Perhaps every tiny light trusted that every other would eventually find exactly where it belonged. The thought brought an unexpected calm. Nearby, a single white butterfly appeared. Its wings glowed softly beneath the fireflies. Instead of flying through the garden, it settled quietly upon the rim of the glass bowl. For several peaceful breaths, it remained perfectly still, watching the tiny reflections beneath it. Lumen smiled. I think it's enjoying the stars. Elias looked toward the butterfly. Perhaps it's simply enjoying not being alone. The butterfly remained only a little while. Then, without haste, it lifted once more and disappeared among the moonflowers beyond the garden. Nothing seemed eager to stay forever, yet nothing truly felt gone. The hidden library had always carried that gentle mystery. Places never disappeared. Moments simply continued. Somewhere beyond sight, the companions slowly finished their tea. The little cups remained warm long after the last sip. Elias carefully gathered them together. She rinsed each one with fresh spring water from a nearby clay pitcher before placing them upside down upon a folded linen cloth. The simple routine carried the same quiet care as everything else she had done that evening. Lumen watched with curiosity. You always clean everything before the night ends. Elias nodded. So tomorrow, everything may begin, already feeling welcomed. No further explanation followed. Elias found himself quietly smiling. Perhaps kindness often happened long before anyone realized they needed it. Preparing a place, filling a bowl, straightening a cushion, lighting nothing, yet making everything ready for light. The evening had now fully become night. Above them, the stars stretched endlessly across the heavens. Below them, The pavilion gardens answered with thousands of tiny golden lanterns. Neither tried to outshine the other. The sky and the earth shared the same quiet beauty. Just then, far beyond the cherry trees, a faint ripple of golden light moved gently across the distant meadow. Not dozens, not hundreds, but what appeared to be an entire river of fireflies slowly drifting together through the darkness. Lumen rose slowly to their feet. Their voice was barely more than a whisper. "I don't think they're wandering anymore." Elias looked toward the glowing procession with quiet affection. "No," she smiled. "They are beginning their evening journey." The companions watched the living river of tiny lights flow peacefully beyond the garden. None of them yet knew where it was going, but somehow every heart among them already wished to follow. The living river of light flowed slowly across the distant meadow, not in perfect lines, not in carefully arranged patterns. It moved the way a peaceful stream might move, finding its own gentle path through the evening. The companions stood together beneath the cherry trees. None of them spoke. Some sights felt almost sacred in their quietness. Lumen finally whispered. They all decided together. Elias smiled. "It often looks that way, but they never choose because someone tells them. They simply notice that others have begun moving." Elias continued, watching the countless tiny lights. One little firefly never seemed important. Even a dozen still felt small, but together they transformed an entire meadow. The thought lingered warmly within him. Perhaps hope worked the same way, rarely arriving all at once. Instead, one small kindness quietly encouraged another, until an entire life seemed brighter than anyone could remember. The glowing procession reached the stream beyond the gardens. There, something remarkable happened. Without hesitation, the fireflies crossed the water. Some floated only inches above its surface. Others climbed gently into the night air. Their reflections stretched beneath them until the stream itself appeared woven from living gold. Lumen covered a quiet smile. The river has become another sky. Mira looked toward the shimmering water. Perhaps it always was. No explanation followed. It didn't need one. The hidden library had never asked its travelers to solve beauty, only to witness it. The companions began following the distant procession, not closely, simply walking beside its peaceful rhythm. The garden path curved gently through tall grasses, silvered by moonlight. Wild thyme brushed softly against their boots. The fragrance rose with every careful step. Ahead, tiny wooden signposts appeared beside the path, each one carved by hand. No arrows, no directions, only simple words. Pause. A little farther along, another. Listen. Then another. Notice. Lumen laughed softly. They're not telling us where to go. Elias nodded. They are reminding us how to arrive. Elias found himself touching the smooth cedar of the nearest sign. Years of weather had softened its edges, yet every carved letter remained beautifully clear. Someone had cared for these little reminders through many peaceful summers, not because they were necessary, because they were kind. The procession of fireflies continued onward. Now and then, one tiny light drifted away from the others, only to quietly return a few moments later. No firefly seemed worried. No one rushed after another. Even wandering had become part of belonging. The path slowly climbed a gentle rise, overlooking the pavilion. From there, the companions paused once more. The view took Lumen's breath away. Far below, the pavilion glowed warmly beneath its cedar roof. The little lanterns scattered throughout the gardens shimmered like tiny golden stars. The stream reflected both moonlight and fireflies. The cherry trees formed quiet islands of shadow among fields of light. And beyond everything, the living river continued its peaceful journey toward a place still hidden by the softly rolling hills. Elias looked toward the distant glow. The evening is inviting us. Lumen smiled. To where Elias' eyes reflected the countless tiny lights moving across the meadow, to the place where every firefly remembers its first light. The companions exchanged quiet glances. No one hurried. No one questioned. Together, they stepped gently beyond the hilltop, following the slow golden river, while the pavilion remained behind them, its warm lights patiently waiting for every traveler who would one day find their way back home. The hill gradually softened beneath their footsteps. Beyond it, the meadow opened into a broad valley where moonlight rested upon the tall summer grasses like pale silver silk. The river of fireflies continued flowing ahead, never hurried, never stopping. Each tiny light seemed to know exactly how fast the evening wished to travel. The companions followed at a respectful distance, not because the fireflies feared them, but because beautiful processions deserved room to breathe. For several peaceful minutes, only the sound of grass brushing against their cloaks accompanied them. No music, no voices, only the quiet rhythm of 4 travelers walking beneath a sky filled with stars. Lumen finally looked upward. There are so many. Elias followed their gaze. The heavens stretched endlessly above them. Constellations shimmered from one horizon to the other. Between them, countless smaller stars glowed quietly. None demanded attention. Each simply offered its own small light. "It reminds me of the fireflies," Lumen whispered, or Elias smiled. "I've often wondered whether the stars ever look down and feel the same." The thought settled gently into the silence. Ahead, the living river slowed, not all at once, gradually, like a stream widening into a peaceful lake. The companions stopped. The fireflies had gathered above a broad circle of wildflowers growing in the center of the meadow. Moonflowers, white clover, lavender, tiny evening primroses. The blossoms formed no perfect pattern, yet together they created a place that felt quietly cherished. Above them, thousands of fireflies floated in slow circles, not tightly together, not scattered apart, simply sharing the same peaceful sky. Lumen whispered, "They're dancing." Aurelia shook her head very gently. "I don't believe they are." "What are they doing?" "They're greeting the night." No one questioned her answer, watching the tiny lights drift together. It felt exactly right. Elias noticed something else. None of the flowers beneath the fireflies had been disturbed. No stems bent, no petals scattered. The lights above them seemed careful, respectful, as though they understood that the beauty below deserved the same kindness they offered one another. A cool breeze wandered across the valley. The flowers bowed gently. The fireflies rose slightly higher. The stars continued shining above. For one breathtaking moment, everything moved together, not because anything had been arranged, because every part of the evening trusted every other part. Lumen slowly turned in a full circle. "I don't think I've ever been somewhere where nothing feels out of place." Aurelia looked across the moonlit valley. "There are places that teach us peace." She smiled warmly. "And there are places that simply remember it." The companions remained there for a long while. No lesson followed. No remarkable event interrupted the stillness. The hidden library never believed every moment needed to become unforgettable. Sometimes its greatest gift was allowing an ordinary evening to become completely enough, and beneath the gentle glow of countless tiny lanterns, the valley quietly continued breathing, one peaceful moment after another. Time became wonderfully difficult to measure. The companions could no longer have said whether they had remained in the moonlit valley for a few quiet minutes or for an hour. Nothing within the hidden library seemed concerned with counting peaceful moments. Perhaps they were never meant to be counted. only lived. A single firefly drifted gently downward. It settled upon one small moonflower at the very center of the meadow. Its tiny lantern glowed softly. Almost immediately, another firefly chose a nearby blossom. Then another. Then another. One by one, the flowers welcomed their quiet visitors. Soon, the meadow itself appeared to bloom with living stars. No blossom held more than one tiny light. No firefly searched for a brighter flower. Each seemed perfectly content with the place it had quietly found. Lumen watched in complete wonder. They are giving every flower its own little evening. Elias' smile carried the warmth of someone hearing an old truth spoken for the first time again. And every flower gives each little light a place to rest. Elias found himself kneeling beside the meadow, not close enough to disturb it, only close enough to notice something he had almost overlooked. Every flower was different. Some blossoms stood tall, others leaned gently toward the stream. Some had opened completely, others were only beginning to unfold beneath the moonlight. Yet the fireflies never seemed to prefer one over another. Their kindness carried no favorites. The realization settled deeply within him. Perhaps gentleness never searched for perfection. Perhaps it simply searched for somewhere it might quietly belong. Nearby, Mirror rested one hand lightly upon the old wooden fence surrounding part of the meadow. Its weathered rails had been repaired many times across many seasons. New wood, old wood, different shades, different grains. Together, they formed one strong fence. No piece pretended to have always been there. Every repair had been lovingly left visible. Lumen noticed they never hid the places that were mended. Elias looked toward the old cedar rails. Why would they? She smiled softly. They are part of the story too. The breeze returned once more, this time carrying the distant fragrance of warm cedar, fresh hay, and ripening apples from somewhere beyond the valley. The scents blended so naturally that none overpowered another. Just like the music, just like the stars, just like the fireflies, everything belonged because nothing tried to become everything. The thought stayed with Elias. How often had the hidden library whispered that same lesson through different places, different seasons, different companions, always quietly, never repeating, always allowing the heart to discover it again in a new way. The fireflies slowly lifted from the blossoms, not all together, one after another, leaving each flower exactly as they had found it. No broken petals, no disturbed stems, only quiet gratitude lingering in the moonlit meadow. Lumen watched the last little light rise gently into the night. I think they always leave every place a little happier. Elias' eyes reflected both stars and fireflies together. I believe that is why they are welcomed back. The companions remained still for another long moment. Then Elias quietly looked toward a narrow path, disappearing beyond a grove of silver birch trees. The fireflies had begun gathering there once more, not as many as before, only enough to form another gentle ribbon of golden light beneath the moon. Elias rose peacefully to her feet. There is one more place I'd like to show you before the night grows older. No mystery, no urgency, only another quiet invitation. The companions smiled. Together, they followed the little river of light once again, while behind them, the moonlit meadow continued glowing softly, holding the memory of countless tiny lights that had asked for nothing except the chance to make one peaceful evening a little more beautiful. The narrow path beneath the silver birch trees welcomed them with quiet grace. Moonlight filtered through the pale branches, scattering delicate patches of silver across the earth. Each step seemed softer than the last. Behind them, the moonlit meadow slowly disappeared among the trees. Ahead, the tiny procession of fireflies continued without hesitation. The little lights were fewer now, no longer thousands, only dozens. Yet somehow, their gentle glow felt even more intimate, like trusted friends walking beside one another. Lumen noticed the change. They're spreading out. Elias nodded. They've already shared the evening together. Now, they are returning to their own quiet places. Elias watched the little lights drift between the birch trunks. None hurried home. They simply allowed the journey home to become part of the evening itself. The forest beneath the birches felt unlike any they had visited before. No towering ancient trees, no mysterious shadows, only graceful white trunks rising peacefully toward the stars. The ground beneath them was covered with soft moss that shimmered faintly beneath the moonlight. Small patches of white woodland flowers rested quietly among the moss like scattered pearls. Every now and then, a firefly paused above one blossom. Its tiny lantern glowed once, twice, then floated gently onward. Lumen smiled. They keep saying goodbye. Elias looked toward the little lights. I've always believed. They're saying thank you. No one asked why. The answer already felt complete. Soon, the companions reached a small clearing hidden among the birches. At its center stood an ancient stone. not large, no higher than Elias' waist. Its smooth surface had been gently polished by countless seasons of rain. Around its base, tiny golden flowers bloomed beneath the moonlight. Upon the stone rested a single empty glass lantern. Simple, perfectly clear, without decoration, without flame, without even a handle. It waited quietly beneath the stars. Lumen looked around. No fireflies. Elias smiled. Not yet. The companions gathered around the old stone. No one touched the lantern. No one felt the need to. It already seemed complete. The evening breeze wandered softly through the clearing. For a little while, nothing happened. Only the whisper of birch leaves. Only the distant stream. Only the peaceful breathing of the night. Then, one tiny firefly appeared. It floated slowly into the clearing. Without hesitation, it entered the empty lantern. Its golden light shone gently through the clear glass. Moments later, a second little light arrived. It did not enter. Instead, it rested quietly upon the stone beside the lantern. Then another arrived, choosing a nearby flower. Another settled upon a birch leaf. Another floated above the lantern itself. None copied the others. Each quietly found its own place. Elias watched with growing wonder. They don't all choose the lantern. Elias' eyes reflected the little golden lights. No, she spoke almost in a whisper. Because light doesn't become meaningful by gathering in only one place. Her words drifted into the peaceful silence. Around them, the tiny lights continued arriving, each one choosing differently. Yet together, the clearing slowly filled with the same gentle warmth that had embraced the pavilion. Lumen looked from one firefly to another, then smiled. I think they are teaching us that everyone shines differently. Elias did not answer immediately. She simply watched another little firefly settle upon the rim of the empty lantern. Finally, she nodded, and somehow the evening becomes more beautiful. Because they do. The companions remained beside the quiet stone. No grand miracle unfolded. No dazzling display appeared. Only dozens of tiny lights, each finding a different place, until the entire clearing glowed. Not because every light had chosen the same path, but because every light had quietly become itself. The clearing remained wrapped in peaceful silence. No one tried to count the tiny lights. No one searched for the brightest among them. Every firefly seemed quietly content, simply being where it had chosen to be. Elias found himself looking once more toward the empty glass lantern. Only one tiny firefly rested inside it. The lantern did not appear unfinished, nor did it appear full. It simply offered shelter, without asking every light to enter. Elias noticed his thoughtful expression. "When I first came here," she said softly, "I believed every firefly would eventually choose the lantern." She smiled gently at the memory. "I waited many evenings, and," Lumen asked, "I slowly realized the lantern was never the destination." She looked around the moonlit clearing. It was only one place, among many peaceful places. Her words settled deeply within Elias. How often had people searched for one perfect place, one perfect answer, one perfect moment, yet the hidden library had quietly shown him something different. The river, the garden, the meadow, the pavilion, every place had offered peace, without asking to become the only place peace could ever be found. The little firefly inside the lantern slowly drifted back out into the evening. Almost immediately, another quietly entered, not because it had been waiting, simply because its own moment had arrived. Lumen smiled. "They take turns." Elias nodded. "So no single light must shine all night alone." The thought warmed the quiet clearing. Perhaps even light sometimes needed rest. A cool breeze wandered beneath the silver birch branches. Hundreds of tiny leaves shimmered together beneath the moon. The fireflies responded almost playfully. Several lifted into the moving air. Their gentle lanterns drifted between the dancing leaves, until it became impossible to tell which movements belonged to the wind and which belonged to the tiny lights themselves. Everything had become one peaceful rhythm. The companions remained there for many quiet breaths. No lesson followed, because none was needed. The clearing itself had already spoken. At last, Elias slowly turned toward the path leading back to the pavilion. "The night is growing older," she smiled warmly, "and every evening deserves a gentle ending." Together, they began the quiet walk home. The fireflies did not follow, nor did they remain behind. Some continued toward the valley. Others returned among the birch trees. A few drifted peacefully above the companions for a little while, before finding new places of their own. No farewell was spoken. None seemed necessary. Beautiful evenings never truly ended. They simply became peaceful memories, waiting quietly inside the heart until another gentle night invited them home again. As the warm lanterns of the pavilion slowly came back into view beyond the gardens, Elias looked once more toward the countless tiny lights scattered across the summer landscape. Not one of them shone the brightest, yet together they had transformed an ordinary evening into something quietly unforgettable. And somewhere deep within the hidden library, another timeless truth had gently found its place. The smallest light never shines alone. The pavilion rested peacefully behind them. Its warm cedar roof had become only a gentle silhouette against the summer night. Here and there, tiny golden lights still wandered through its gardens. From this distance, they resembled stars that had quietly chosen to bloom upon the earth. The companions followed Elias along a narrow, moonlit path. It curved gently away from the pavilion, never straight, never hurried. Soft grasses brushed against their boots. Wild mint released its cool fragrance beneath every careful step. Above them, the stars continued multiplying across the deep sapphire sky. Below them, the fireflies drifted through the meadow with the same patient rhythm. It no longer felt as though the earth reflected the heavens. Instead, both seemed to belong to the same quiet story. For several peaceful minutes, no one spoke. The hidden library often allowed one beautiful lesson to settle before gently introducing another. Elias finally broke the silence. "Tell me," she asked softly, "what did the fireflies teach you tonight?" Lumen smiled first. They never tried to become brighter than one another. Mira nodded quietly. They trusted every evening to become beautiful together. Elias looked toward Elias. "And you?" Elias walked a few more thoughtful steps before answering. "I think they showed me that belonging isn't something we're given." He smiled gently. "It's something we quietly offer one another." Elias' eyes brightened. The kind smile upon her face carried neither approval nor surprise, only quiet gratitude. The pavilion remembers that lesson well. The path gradually climbed a gentle rise. Beyond it, the companions discovered another peaceful landscape. Not another garden, not another meadow. A broad hillside stretched before them beneath the moonlight. Scattered across its gentle slopes stood dozens of old lantern posts. Tall ones, short ones, simple ones, beautifully carved ones. Some leaned slightly with age. Others stood proudly upright. No two were alike. Unlike the lanterns within the pavilion, these held no fireflies, nor candles, nor glowing crystals. Every lantern stood peacefully dark beneath the stars. Lumen looked across the hillside in quiet surprise. "They are empty." "They are," Elias answered, "but only for tonight." The companions slowly entered the hillside. The lantern posts had been placed with remarkable care, not in rows, not in circles. Each seemed positioned exactly where someone might naturally pause to admire the evening. Beside many lanterns rested small wooden benches. Others overlooked quiet streams. Some faced the distant pavilion. Others looked only toward the stars. Elias approached one of the oldest lanterns. Its cedar had weathered into soft silver gray. Tiny carvings of leaves and fireflies decorated its base. The little glass windows remained perfectly clear, despite many passing summers. He gently rested one hand upon the smooth wood. It felt warm, not from sunlight, almost as though countless peaceful evenings had quietly remained within it. Elias joined him. Every lantern, she said softly, was built by someone who wished another traveler a peaceful journey. Lumen looked around the hillside. So they're gifts. They've always been gifts. Elias smiled. But no one signs them. No names, no dates, no recognition. Only quiet kindness left behind for someone they would never meet. A cool summer breeze crossed the hillside. The empty lanterns remained dark, yet somehow they did not feel incomplete. They seemed perfectly content, waiting patiently for the evening that would gently ask them to shine once again. The companions continued slowly among the silent lanterns. Moonlight rested upon polished glass. Soft silver shimmered along weathered cedar roofs. Not one lantern carried even the smallest flame. Yet the hillside never felt dark. The stars above offered enough gentle light for every winding path. Lumen stopped beside a particularly small lantern. It stood no higher than their shoulder. Unlike the others, its wooden frame had been carved with tiny wildflowers instead of leaves. The craftsmanship was wonderfully simple, almost childlike. It feels, Lumen whispered, happy. Elias smiled. I remember this one. You do? Oh, yes. It was built many summers ago by someone who believed every traveler deserved to smile before they reached home. Lumen gently traced one fingertip along the carved flowers. There wasn't room for many. No. Elias laughed softly. But they carved every flower they could. The companions smiled together. The smallest lantern on the hillside somehow carried one of the biggest welcomes. A little farther along, they found another lantern, standing beside a smooth stone bench. Its cedar was darker than the others. The glass carried tiny imperfections that shimmered beneath the moon. Elias noticed they were not cracks, only tiny bubbles trapped inside the old handmade glass. Beautiful because they were imperfect. Elias noticed his curiosity. The glass was never replaced, even after all these years. She gently shook her head. It still lets the light through. So, why change it? The answer felt wonderfully familiar. The hidden library never hurried to make old things appear new. It simply cared for them, allowing every passing season to become part of their beauty. The path curved higher across the hillside. Below them, the pavilion looked smaller now. Its warm silhouette rested peacefully among streams, gardens, and willow trees. Fireflies still drifted lazily through its grounds. From above, they resembled tiny golden embers floating upward to greet the stars. Lumen looked back toward it. It still feels close. Elias nodded. Places filled with kindness rarely feel far away. The words stayed quietly with Elias. Distance, perhaps, was measured differently inside the hidden library, not by footsteps, but by the warmth carried within the heart. A gentle breeze wandered over the hillside once again. This one carried another fragrance: fresh cedar, warm hay, and something wonderfully familiar: freshly baked bread. Lumen laughed softly. I know that smell. So do I. Mira smiled. It reminds me of arriving somewhere after a very long journey. Elias looked toward the hill beyond them. It comes every evening. From where? Lumen asked. Elias simply looked farther up the moonlit path. You'll see. No mystery lingered in her voice, only quiet certainty. The companions continued walking. Soon, they noticed something they had overlooked before. At the base of nearly every lantern grew different flowers. Some rested among lavender, others beside daisies, others among tiny white clover. None appeared planted in careful rows. Instead, each lantern seemed gently adopted by whatever flowers had naturally wished to bloom nearby. Lumen smiled. The lanterns have gardens. Elias nodded warmly. They've never asked for them. The flowers simply arrived. Again, the hillside quietly whispered the same timeless lesson. The kindest places never demanded beauty. They simply welcomed it. Above them, the stars shone peacefully. Below them, the silent lanterns waited with endless patience. And somewhere, just beyond the next gentle rise, the comforting fragrance of warm bread continued drifting through the summer night, inviting the companions toward another quiet discovery. The fragrance grew warmer with every gentle step. Fresh bread, a hint of cinnamon, sweet meadow honey, and beneath it all, the comforting scent of cedar, warmed by many peaceful evenings. No building had yet appeared, only the welcoming aroma drifting softly across the hillside. Lumen smiled. I think the evening is baking something. Elias laughed quietly. Perhaps, or perhaps, someone simply enjoys welcoming tired travelers. The moonlit path curved around another gentle rise. Beyond it, the companions finally discovered the source. Nestled against the hillside stood a tiny stone cottage. Its walls had been built from smooth river stones gathered long ago. A moss-covered roof rested peacefully beneath the stars. Warm golden light glowed softly through round windows, framed with climbing roses. A single chimney released a thin ribbon of smoke that disappeared quietly into the night sky. Nothing about the cottage seemed grand, nothing extraordinary, yet every part of it whispered the same feeling. You are welcome here. Near the little wooden door stood another lantern, larger than the others upon the hillside, still unlit, still waiting. Beside it rested a simple wooden table. Upon the table, someone had placed a fresh loaf of bread beneath a folded linen cloth. Next to it stood a small clay jar filled with golden honey, 4 tiny ceramic plates, 4 warm cups. Everything had already been prepared. No one had been expected, yet somehow everything had been waiting. Lumen blinked. They knew we were coming. Or Elias smiled gently. No, they simply prepare every evening, as though someone might. The companions exchanged quiet smiles. Perhaps that was another kind of kindness, preparing comfort, even when no visitor had yet arrived. Elias rested one hand upon the weathered wooden fence surrounding the little cottage garden. Tiny herbs grew everywhere: rosemary, thyme, mint, chamomile. Even in the moonlight, their gentle fragrances drifted peacefully together. A few fireflies wandered among them, not gathering, simply visiting. Near the cottage door, an elderly watering can rested beside a small wooden stool. Its paint had faded with time. Its handle had been repaired more than once. Nothing had been replaced simply because it had grown old. Everything had been cared for. Everything belonged. Mira noticed a small carved wooden sign hanging beside the doorway. Its lettering had softened through many summers, yet every word remained clear. May every traveler leave carrying more peace than they arrived with. Lumen read it twice, then smiled. I think that's exactly what this place keeps doing. Aurelia looked toward the little cottage with quiet affection. It has for longer than I can remember. A gentle breeze lifted the linen cloth, resting over the fresh bread. Only for a moment, warm steam escaped into the cool night air. The comforting fragrance surrounded the companions like a familiar embrace. No one hurried toward it. No one reached first. The evening itself seemed content, allowing gratitude to arrive before hunger. Far behind them, the hillside of silent lanterns rested beneath the stars. Ahead, the little stone cottage glowed quietly beside its waiting garden. And somewhere, deep within the peaceful rhythm of the hidden library, Elias began to understand that every place they had visited shared the same quiet purpose. Not to impress, not to astonish, but to remind every weary traveler that true welcome could be prepared long before anyone knocked upon the door. For a little while, the companions simply stood before the little stone cottage, the warm light glowing through its windows never seemed brighter than necessary. It spilled gently across the garden path, just enough to welcome, never enough to interrupt the quiet beauty of the moonlit hillside. Lumen looked toward the closed wooden door. Should we knock? Aurelia tilted her head thoughtfully. Listen first. The companions grew still. At first, they heard only the familiar sounds of the summer evening, the breeze moving through lavender, the distant murmur of the stream below, a single owl calling softly somewhere beyond the hills. Then, another sound emerged, almost hidden beneath everything else. The slow crackle of a small hearth, not loud, not dramatic, simply the comforting sound of a fire, keeping quiet company with the night. Lumen smiled. It sounds comfortable. Aurelia nodded. Some homes welcome you before the door ever opens. Elias found himself remembering places from long ago, not because of how they looked, but because of how they had felt. A warm room after rain, fresh bread shared without ceremony, a chair quietly offered after a long journey. Perhaps comfort was remembered differently than beauty. Beauty impressed the eyes. Comfort stayed with the heart. Near the cottage, a narrow stone path curved through a tiny herb garden. The companions wandered slowly among its fragrant beds. Small wooden markers identified each plant, not with complicated names, only gentle descriptions for rest, for quiet evenings, for warm conversations, for peaceful dreams. Lumen stopped beside the last one. For peaceful dreams. They smiled. I think someone planted hope. Aurelia's eyes softened. I believe they did. One tiny firefly drifted down beside the little sign. It rested there for only a moment. Its golden light illuminated the carved words before continuing peacefully into the garden. The companions reached the little wooden gate surrounding the herbs. It had been left slightly open, not forgotten. Intentionally, the hinges made no sound as Aurelia gently pushed it wider. No gate here, she said quietly, has ever been built to keep someone out. The words carried the same gentle truth as every lesson the pavilion had offered. Nothing in this part of the hidden library seemed interested in barriers, only invitations. Nearby, an old apple tree spread its branches across one corner of the garden. Though summer had only begun, a handful of tiny green apples had already appeared among its leaves. Not yet ripe, not yet sweet, simply, patiently becoming. Elias looked up into the branches. They don't hurry either. Or Elias smiled. The sweetest things rarely do. A robin settled upon one of the lower branches. It sang only 3 gentle notes, then grew quiet again. The silence afterward somehow made the little song feel even more beautiful. Lumen laughed softly. Everything here knows when enough is enough. Aurelia nodded with quiet affection. That, she said, is one of the oldest lessons this hillside has ever shared. The companions remained beneath the apple tree for another peaceful moment. Behind them, the lanterns waited silently beneath the stars. Ahead, the warm cottage continued glowing with quiet hospitality. And just as Aurelia finally reached toward the simple wooden door, it opened, not suddenly, but gently, as though whoever waited inside had been listening, not for footsteps, but for the peaceful rhythm of hearts that had already arrived. The door opened without a sound. No hurried footsteps, no surprised expression, only a gentle smile that seemed to have been waiting long before the companions had reached the cottage. Standing within the warm glow of the little home was an elderly man. His silver hair rested neatly behind his ears. His beard was short and carefully kept. Simple linen sleeves were rolled comfortably to his forearms. A flower-dusted apron hung loosely around his waist. Warm brown eyes welcomed each traveler with quiet kindness. Not curiosity, not excitement, only peaceful recognition. He inclined his head. "Good evening." His voice carried the same comforting warmth as fresh bread cooling beside a window. Aurelia returned the gesture. "Good evening, Rowan." The companions understood immediately. This was Rowan, the lantern keeper, or perhaps something even gentler, the keeper of welcome. Rowan's eyes moved kindly from Elias to Mira to Lumen. "I hoped," he said softly, "the evening would guide you here." Lumen smiled. It certainly smelled like it. A quiet laugh filled the little doorway. "I've often believed fresh bread travels farther than invitations." The companions laughed gently together. The sound disappeared into the summer night without disturbing its peace. Rowan stepped aside. "Please, come inside." cottage welcomed them exactly as its warm windows had promised. Nothing inside sought attention. Smooth cedar beams crossed the ceiling overhead. Stone walls reflected the gentle glow of a small fireplace. Shelves carried simple pottery, hand-woven baskets, carefully folded linen cloths, and bundles of dried herbs suspended from wooden rafters. Everything possessed its own place. Everything appeared quietly loved. Upon the sturdy oak table rested the loaf they had seen through the window, now uncovered. Beside it, a small bowl of freshly churned butter, golden honey, wild blackberry preserves, and a teapot gently releasing thin curls of fragrant steam. Not a feast, only enough, exactly enough. Rowan noticed Elias looking around. The cottage grows happier, he said, when there are guests. Elias smiled. It already felt happy before we arrived. Rowan's eyes brightened. Then perhaps it knew. No explanation followed. None seemed necessary. The companions settled naturally around the old oak table. Each chair differed slightly from the others. One had curved arms. Another carried tiny carved leaves along its back. One had clearly been repaired several times. Yet together, they formed one welcoming circle. No chair appeared more important, just as no lantern upon the hillside had sought to shine brighter than another. Rowan carefully sliced the warm bread. Each piece released another comforting wave of fresh-baked fragrance. He placed one slice upon every plate before serving himself last. The gesture was so natural, no one thought to thank him immediately. Kindness sometimes arrived too gently for words. Only after everyone held a warm slice of bread did Rowan quietly sit. For several peaceful moments, the companions simply shared the meal. No conversation, only soft smiles, the crackle of the hearth, the quiet ticking of a small wooden clock resting upon the mantel. Outside, fireflies continued drifting lazily beyond the round cottage windows. Finally, Rowan looked toward the blossom lantern resting beside Elias' chair. Its soft golden glow reflected gently upon the polished oak table. Rowan's smile became just a little deeper. "I see," he whispered. "The lantern has already begun teaching you." Elias rested one hand beside it. "It has, but I think I'm only beginning to understand." Rowan nodded with quiet satisfaction. "The best journeys," he said softly, "never hurry their understanding." The fire crackled once more. Fresh bread filled the warm cottage with its comforting fragrance. Outside, the summer night continued breathing peacefully beneath countless stars. And for the first time since arriving at the pavilion, the companions felt not like travelers passing through, but like guests who had quietly found another home. The warmth of the little cottage settled gently around them, not because of the glowing hearth, nor because of the fresh bread. It came from something quieter, the feeling that nothing inside this home wished to impress anyone. It simply wished to care for them. For a long while, the companions enjoyed their meal without conversation. The bread was soft, still warm from the oven. The butter melted almost immediately upon each slice. Wildflower honey carried the gentle sweetness of the summer meadow. Nothing was elaborate. Everything tasted wonderfully familiar. Lumen closed their eyes after the first bite. It tastes, they smiled, like coming home after being away too long. Rowan's expression softened. I've always hoped it would. He reached for the small teapot resting at the center of the table. Without asking, he quietly refilled each cup. His movements were slow, practiced, almost musical. He never filled a cup completely, only enough that the tea could be comfortably held while walking or talking. Elias noticed, "You've done this many times." Rowan chuckled softly. "A few evenings." Or Elias smiled over the rim of her cup. "I've stopped trying to count." The little wooden clock upon the mantel gave a single gentle tick, then another. Its quiet rhythm blended naturally with the crackling fire. Lumen looked toward it. "It doesn't chime." Rowan shook his head. "No, I've never asked it to." "Why?" "Because evenings already know how late they've become." No one laughed. The answer somehow felt completely reasonable. The hidden library had never relied upon clocks to measure peaceful moments. Outside the round window, a pair of fireflies floated lazily past the glass. Their tiny lights reflected briefly upon the polished table before disappearing once more into the night. Rowan followed them with his eyes. They always visit. Every evening. They never stay long, but they never forget to stop. Elias looked toward the blossom lantern, resting quietly beside his chair. "I've noticed nothing here tries to keep beautiful things." Rowan nodded. "The moment you begin holding light too tightly, it forgets how to dance." Silence returned. Not thoughtful silence, comfortable silence, the kind shared only by people who no longer felt any need to fill every quiet space with words. The little cottage itself seemed grateful for it. The fire burned gently. The kettle whispered softly above the hearth. Outside, the summer breeze wandered through the herb garden. The scent of rosemary drifted through the slightly open window. Fresh, clean, peaceful. Rowan slowly rose from his chair. He crossed to a small cedar shelf tucked beside the fireplace. There rested several simple wooden boxes. No decorations, no logs, only smooth cedar, polished by many careful hands. He selected the smallest one, carrying it back to the table with both hands. He placed it gently before Elias. The companions looked at it with quiet curiosity. It was scarcely larger than two hands placed together. Its lid bore only one simple carving, a tiny lantern, nothing more. Rowan rested one hand lightly upon the lid. "This," he said softly, "is not a gift." Lumen blinked. "It isn't." Rowan smiled warmly. "No, it is an invitation." No one reached toward the box. Not yet. The evening itself seemed to understand that some invitations became more meaningful when opened slowly. The fire continued its gentle conversation with the quiet night. The stars watched peacefully beyond the cottage windows, and upon the little oak table, the small cedar box waited patiently, holding whatever gentle wonder the lantern keeper believed the companions were finally ready to discover. The little cedar box rested quietly upon the table. No one reached for it, not because they lacked curiosity, but because the evening had already taught them that gentle things revealed themselves best when welcomed rather than hurried. Rowan smiled. "You may open it whenever it feels ready." Lumen looked at Elias. "I think it's waiting for you." Elias rested both hands beside the small box. Not upon it, beside it, as though greeting an old friend before beginning a conversation. Only then did he gently lift the smooth cedar lid. There was no flash of light, no hidden mechanism, no magical sound. Inside rested only a handful of tiny objects, several polished river stones, a smooth piece of pale sea glass, a single white feather, a tiny cedar leaf preserved between two thin sheets of crystal, and beneath them a folded piece of cream-colored paper. Nothing appeared valuable, nothing rare. Everything appeared deeply treasured. Lumen blinked. "These are ordinary." Rowan's smile became wonderfully warm. "Exactly." He carefully picked up one smooth river stone. It fit perfectly within his palm. This was left here by a traveler who crossed the river of floating lanterns. He placed it back into the box, then lifted the tiny cedar leaf. This one came from someone who rested beneath the oldest cedar in the hidden library. Next came the white feather. A child once found this after helping an injured bird return to the sky. He looked around the quiet table. They are not souvenirs. They are reminders. Of what? Lumen whispered. Rowan looked toward the softly glowing blossom lantern. That peaceful moments become part of us, even after we leave them. Silence settled once more. This time, it carried quiet understanding. Elias slowly unfolded the small piece of paper. No elaborate writing covered it. Only one sentence, carefully written in graceful ink. Carry peace lightly, so your hands remain free to offer it again. He read the words once, then again. The sentence seemed almost impossibly simple. Yet the more quietly he held it, the larger it became. Carry peace lightly. Do not cling to it. Do not hide it away. Do not believe it belongs only to you. Because peace, like light, like kindness, became most beautiful when it continued its journey. Lumen smiled. I think that's why no one keeps the fireflies. Rowan nodded gently. And why no one keeps beautiful evenings. Elias looked toward the round cottage window. Outside, the little lights continued wandering peacefully through the herb garden. They return because they were never captured. The companions sat together without another word. The little cedar box remained open between them, not displaying treasures, displaying memories, tiny reminders that ordinary moments, noticed with a peaceful heart, could quietly become extraordinary. The fire upon the hearth settled lower. Its warm glow softened across the stone walls. Outside, the stars continued watching over the lantern keeper's hillside. And somewhere beyond the cottage, one by one, the waiting lanterns upon the hill began to awaken, not with flame, but with countless tiny golden lights, quietly returning home. The companions quietly stepped outside. No one had suggested it, yet somehow the little cottage itself seemed to invite them back beneath the stars. The summer night had grown even gentler. The breeze had softened. The air carried the comforting fragrance of warm cedar, herbs, and the last sweetness of fresh bread drifting from the open window behind them. Above, the heavens stretched endlessly. Below, the hillside no longer rested in darkness. One by one, the silent lanterns had begun glowing, not with candles, not with oil. Tiny golden fireflies now floated peacefully inside many of them. Some lanterns held only one little light. Others welcomed two. A few remained completely empty. Yet none appeared forgotten. Elias watched the hillside with quiet affection. They always decide for themselves. Lumen smiled. They came home. Rowan gently shook his head. I don't believe they ever left. The companions looked toward him. He rested one hand upon the nearest lantern post. They simply spent the evening helping someone else's path become brighter. The words settled over the hillside as softly as moonlight. Elias slowly looked across the countless little lanterns. No two glowed exactly alike. Some shimmered brightly. Others offered only the faintest golden whisper. Yet from where they stood, every lantern contributed equally to the beauty before them. Perhaps peace had never asked anyone to shine more brightly. Only faithfully, the narrow footpath between the lanterns wound gently toward the crest of the hill. Rowan began walking, not leading, simply taking the next quiet step. The companions followed naturally beside him. Every few moments, they passed another lantern. Each one carried its own small carving: a leaf, a feather, a star, a flower, a little paper boat, a tiny key. Lumen noticed. No two are the same. Rowan smiled. Every keeper leaves one small memory. Keeper, Lumen asked softly. Rowan nodded. For one evening, every traveler who visits this hillside becomes a lantern keeper. The companions exchanged thoughtful glances. We don't stay here forever, Elias observed. No, Rowan agreed. You only keep the lantern for as long as someone beside you needs a little light. The sentence lingered quietly within every heart. Perhaps that had always been the hidden library's way. No one became its guardian forever. Every traveler simply carried kindness until another traveler was ready to carry it too. The path finally reached the highest point of the hillside. There, the companions turned together. The view stole even their quiet breath. Far below, the pavilion glowed among gardens and winding streams. The moonlit valley shimmered like silver silk beneath the stars. Beyond it, the silver birch clearing rested peacefully beneath its ancient trees, and scattered across the hillside behind them, hundreds of tiny lanterns now glowed with living golden light. From above, they no longer resembled separate lanterns. Together, they formed one long ribbon of warmth, stretching gently through the night. Lumen whispered, "It looks like the stars came down to visit the earth." Elias' smile carried the peaceful certainty of someone greeting an old friend. Or perhaps the earth simply remembered how to answer them. No one spoke again. There was nothing left to explain, only the quiet joy of standing together beneath an endless sky, while countless tiny lights, each shining in their own gentle way, proved once more that even the smallest kindness could help another traveler find the path home. The companions remained upon the hill for a long while. No one suggested returning. No one wondered what time it might be. hidden library had quietly taught them that peaceful evenings were not meant to be measured, only received. Far below, the lantern path shimmered gently across the hillside. Every lantern glowed with its own quiet heart. Some held a single tiny firefly. Others welcomed several. A few still rested in peaceful darkness. Yet none felt incomplete. Elias realized something he had not noticed before. The dark lanterns did not lessen the beauty of the hill. Instead, they gave the glowing ones room to breathe. Light and stillness belonged together, just as music belonged with silence, just as speaking belonged with listening. Rowan stood beside the old wooden railing overlooking the valley. His hands rested comfortably upon its smooth cedar surface. "I used to wonder," he said quietly, "why some lanterns remained empty." Lumen looked toward him. "What did you discover?" Rowan smiled. "That not every lantern is waiting for tonight." The companions listened. "Some are waiting for someone who hasn't yet arrived." A gentle breeze wandered across the hillside. Several fireflies drifted from one lantern to another. Others remained exactly where they were. Nothing seemed fixed. Everything felt wonderfully alive. Elias looked toward the empty lantern nearest the path. For a brief moment, he imagined another weary traveler arriving on some distant evening, perhaps after a long journey, perhaps carrying quiet worries, perhaps believing they had walked alone, and perhaps, without ever knowing why, they would find comfort in seeing one small lantern glowing beside the path, not because someone had planned it for them, because someone they would never meet had quietly cared enough to prepare the way. The thought filled him with a warmth deeper than words. Rowan turned toward the companions. "There is one final tradition." Lumen smiled. "I hoped there would be." Rowan reached into the pocket of his linen apron. From it, he withdrew 4 tiny cedar tokens. Each was no larger than a leaf. Each carried a different carving: a feather, a flower, a little lantern, a single star. He offered one to each traveler, not as gifts, simply placed gently into their waiting hands. "They stay only until dawn." Lumen looked down. "They disappear." Rowan nodded. "They always return to the hillside." "Then why carry them?" Rowan's eyes reflected the countless lanterns surrounding them. "So that tonight, you remember, you were once a lantern keeper." Elias turned the little cedar token between his fingers. It was light, wonderfully simple, yet somehow it felt as though it carried the quiet weight of the entire evening. The fireflies continued their gentle dance around the lanterns. The pavilion glowed peacefully below. The stars watched silently above, and standing there, upon the lantern keeper's hillside, Elias understood something that had quietly followed him through every room of the hidden library. Peace was never something to keep. It was something to carry, just long enough to place gently into someone else's evening. The companions remained together beneath the summer sky, holding their tiny cedar tokens, while the hillside continued glowing around them, patiently waiting for tomorrow night's travelers and every peaceful journey still waiting to begin. The night had become wonderfully still, not silent. The hidden library was never truly silent. Somewhere below, the stream continued its patient conversation with the stones. A breeze wandered through the lanterns. Leaves whispered softly beneath the stars. Tiny fireflies floated between the cedar posts like gentle thoughts that had forgotten where they began. The companions slowly began walking down the lantern path once more. This time, their steps felt different. They were no longer discovering the hillside. They were simply enjoying its company. Every lantern they passed now seemed familiar, like greeting old friends after only a single evening together. Lumen gently held the tiny cedar token Rowan had given them. The carved flower rested warmly in their palm. It feels strange. They smiled quietly. What does? Elias asked. I know it disappears at dawn, but somehow that doesn't make me sad. Rowan nodded. It shouldn't. He looked toward the glowing hillside. The most beautiful things often stay without remaining. Lumen considered the thought. Like music, like sunsets, like evenings shared with friends. Nothing truly lasted forever. Yet somehow, nothing truly vanished either. The memories simply found quieter places to live. The path gradually returned to the little stone cottage. Its windows still glowed warmly beneath the stars. The loaf of bread had long since cooled. The teapot rested peacefully beside the hearth. Everything looked exactly as it should. Nothing hurried toward tomorrow. Rowan paused beside the cottage gate. His eyes wandered slowly across the lantern-covered hillside. I've walked this path for more evenings than I can remember. He smiled gently, and every night it teaches me something new. Elias looked toward him. Even now, especially now, Rowan laughed softly. The evening never repeats itself. The stars move. The wind changes. Different travelers arrive. So every lantern path is quietly becoming another one. The companions stood together beneath the old apple tree. Its leaves shimmered silver beneath the moon. Somewhere above them, a robin settled into its nest for the night. No song now, only peaceful rest. Lumen looked back toward the hillside one final time. The glowing lanterns stretched across the landscape like a gentle ribbon, connecting the pavilion to the stars. I think I'll remember this place. Rowan smiled warmly. I hope not. The companions looked at him with quiet surprise. He chuckled. I hope you'll remember the feeling. Places change. Even memories become softer. But peace. He rested one hand lightly over his heart. Has a wonderful way of recognizing itself again. The words settled gently into the cool summer air. Elias understood. Years from now, he might forget how many lanterns stood upon the hillside. He might forget the shape of the little cottage windows. He might even forget exactly where the lantern path began. But if one quiet evening he happened to smell fresh bread drifting through cool night air, or watched a single tiny light floating peacefully beneath the stars, perhaps his heart would quietly whisper, I've been here before, not because it remembered the place, because it remembered peace. The companions slowly reached the beginning of the path, leading back toward the pavilion. Behind them, Rowan remained beside the cottage gate. He did not wave. He did not call after them. He simply stood quietly beneath the warm cottage light, watching four travelers continue their gentle journey, while the lantern path behind them continued glowing patiently for every heart that would one day need help finding its way home. The walk back toward the pavilion felt wonderfully familiar, not because the companions had traveled the path many times, only because the evening itself had quietly become a friend. The lanterns slowly disappeared behind gentle hills. One by one, their tiny golden lights blended once more into the countless stars above. Soon, it became impossible to tell where the hillside ended and the heavens began. No one seemed concerned. The hidden library had never asked its travelers to separate one beauty from another. The narrow footpath curved once again through the fragrant herb gardens. Rosemary, chamomile, wild thyme, mint, each released its gentle fragrance into the cool night air as the companions passed. The herbs seemed to bow softly beneath the breeze, as though quietly wishing every traveler a peaceful journey onward. Lumen looked down at the tiny cedar, token still resting in their hand. Its carved flower seemed almost to glow beneath the moonlight. I wish I could keep this forever. Or Elias smiled. What would happen if you did? Lumen thought carefully. I suppose someone else couldn't borrow it tomorrow. Elias nodded gently, and the hillside would slowly become quieter. The realization arrived softly. Some things remained beautiful precisely because they continued moving. The companions crossed the little wooden bridge above the stream. The water reflected both moonlight and drifting fireflies. For a brief moment, their reflections floated together upon the surface before quietly continuing downstream. Elias watched them disappear. Nothing struggled to remain. Everything trusted the journey. Far ahead, the warm silhouette of the pavilion slowly returned. Its cedar roof rested beneath the stars, exactly as they had left it. Tiny lanterns still glowed among the gardens. Willow branches whispered beside the stream. Everything welcomed them without ever asking where they had been. The pavilion had always understood that peaceful journeys eventually found their way home. As they reached the entrance garden, Elias paused beside one of the open cedar lanterns. Only a single firefly rested within it now. Its gentle light shimmered quietly through the carved wooden frame. Elias looked toward the tiny visitor. "Thank you," she whispered. The little firefly rose, circled the lantern once, then disappeared peacefully into the summer night. Lumen smiled. It answered, "I think," Elias replied softly. It simply understood. No one tried to decide whether that was true. Inside the hidden library, understanding had never depended upon certainty, only kindness. The companions crossed the familiar stone path, leading back into the pavilion gardens. The benches beneath the willow remained empty. The little bowls of spring water still reflected the stars. Several birds now slept quietly among the branches overhead. Everything had settled into its nighttime rhythm, exactly as though the evening itself had gently tucked the pavilion beneath a warm blanket of moonlight. Elias looked around one final time. The pavilion, the lantern path, Rowan's little cottage, the moonlit valley, the silver birch clearing. None felt like separate places anymore. Together, they had become one peaceful journey, one quiet lesson, one gentle memory. Elias looked toward the companions. Her smile carried the same calm warmth with which the evening had begun. "The pavilion will always welcome you back." She paused. "But now, it is time for every traveler to carry a little of its light into the next journey." Above them, the stars continued shining with quiet patience. Below them, one last firefly drifted slowly across the sleeping gardens. Then, without hurry, it disappeared beyond the willow trees, leaving behind only a peaceful silence that somehow felt brighter than light itself. The pavilion welcomed them home without a single word. Its warm lanterns still glowed softly beneath the quiet summer sky. The willow branches continued their slow conversation with the evening breeze. Somewhere nearby, the gentle stream carried moonlight through the gardens exactly as it always had. Nothing celebrated their return. Nothing announced it. The pavilion simply made room for them once again. Elias smiled. Some places never asked where you had been. They were simply grateful that you had returned. The companions entered through the familiar cedar gate. Several open lanterns still held tiny fireflies resting peacefully inside. Others had already grown empty. The little lights had quietly continued their own journeys. Lumen looked around. It feels different. Elias nodded. It should. The pavilion hasn't changed. You have. The words lingered gently. Every peaceful journey quietly altered the traveler. Long before it altered the road, the companions wandered slowly through the sleeping gardens. The benches beneath the willow trees rested empty. Moonflowers had opened completely now. Their white blossoms shimmered beneath the stars like small pieces of the moon itself. Tiny drops of evening dew rested upon every petal. Each reflected an entire sky. Mira knelt beside one blossom. So much beauty inside one single drop. Elias looked more closely. She was right. The tiny bead of water reflected stars, trees, moonlight, even the faint golden glow of the pavilion lanterns. An entire evening held within something no larger than a pearl. Elias smiled. The smallest things often carry the whitest skies. The companions continued toward the center of the pavilion. There, the great cedar tree waited exactly as before. Its broad branches stretched peacefully over the stone courtyard. The blossom lantern still rested beneath it. Its gentle golden glow had become quieter now, almost sleepy. Lumen laughed softly. I think it's tired. Elias rested one hand lightly upon the smooth cedar beside it. No, it simply knows. The evening has done enough. No light needed to shine forever. No song needed to last all night. Even beauty deserved peaceful rest. The companions settled together beneath the old cedar tree. No one reached for books. No stories were read aloud. No lessons were offered. They simply shared the quiet company of one another. The hidden library had always understood something wonderfully simple. Sometimes the most meaningful chapter was the one where nothing needed to happen. A cool breeze wandered gently across the courtyard. The blossom lantern flickered once, not brighter, only softer, almost like someone quietly closing a favorite book after reading its final page. Elias watched the tiny light with quiet gratitude. Every destination they had visited tonight, the moonlit valley, the silver birch clearing, the lantern keeper's path, Rowan's little cottage, none of them felt far away anymore. They had all become part of the pavilion because they had quietly become part of him. Above the cedar branches, the stars continued their patient journey across the heavens. Far beyond them, the first faint whisper of approaching dawn began its own slow journey toward the hidden library, not yet visible, not yet bright, only quietly promised. And for the first time since arriving at the pavilion, Elias found himself looking forward, not only to the coming morning, but to discovering how a place devoted to peaceful evenings would gently welcome the light of a brand new day. The companions remained beneath the great cedar tree. The blossom lantern rested quietly between them. Its warm glow had softened until it seemed less like a lantern and more like the final peaceful breath of the evening itself. No one wished to hurry. Even silence seemed content to stay a little longer. Far above, the stars continued their slow journey across the heavens. Yet Elias noticed something different. The eastern horizon no longer held the deep sapphire blue of midnight. Instead, it had become ever so slightly lighter. Not bright, only gentler, as though the night itself had begun smiling. Lumen noticed it too. Is morning coming? Elias followed their gaze. Yes, but the hidden library never rushes to meet it. The companions watched the distant horizon. Nothing dramatic happened. No sudden burst of color. No quick arrival of sunlight. Only the quiet promise that darkness and daylight had already begun greeting one another. A single bird stirred somewhere high within the cedar branches. It did not sing, not yet, only shifted gently upon its branch before settling once more. Even the birds, it seemed, understood there was no need to wake before the morning itself was ready. Mira smiled. I like that. What? Elias asked softly. That even dawn takes its time. Elias nodded. The most peaceful mornings never arrive all at once. The cool air carried a new fragrance across the pavilion gardens. The sweetness of moonflowers slowly gave way to fresh grass, dew-covered herbs, young cedar. The scent felt wonderfully clean, almost as though the entire garden had quietly washed itself during the night. Tiny droplets of dew rested upon every leaf, every blade of grass, every flower. Each reflected the softening sky with perfect clarity. Lumen bent beside one little spiderweb stretched between two lavender stems. Hundreds of tiny dew pearls shimmered along its delicate threads. It looks like someone hung little stars here. Elias smiled warmly. Perhaps the stars didn't want to leave just yet. The companions laughed quietly together. The laughter drifted across the sleeping gardens, gentle enough not to disturb their peace. Nearby, one tiny firefly floated slowly upward from an open lantern. It circled the blossom lantern once, then drifted toward the brightening eastern sky. Others followed, one by one. No signal called them. No invisible command gathered them. Each simply knew its evening had been beautifully complete. Elias watched the final little light disappear above the willow branches. He felt no sadness, only gratitude, because nothing beautiful had ended. It had simply continued into another part of the journey. The blossom lantern itself now glowed only faintly. Its warm golden light slowly blended into the growing silver of approaching dawn. Neither light replaced the other. For a few precious moments, they existed together, night and morning stars and sunrise, fireflies and birdsong waiting patiently to begin. The hidden library seemed to treasure these quiet moments between one thing and the next. Not endings, not beginnings, only peaceful transitions. Perhaps, Elias thought, life itself was made beautiful, not only by where it led, but by how gently it moved from one season of the heart into another. The first birdsong arrived so gently that no one could say exactly when the silence had become music. One quiet note, then another. Not a performance, not an announcement, only a peaceful greeting offered to the new day. The companions remained beneath the great cedar tree. None of them wished to interrupt the moment by speaking too soon. The blossom lantern now glowed with only the faintest golden warmth. Its light had become almost transparent, as though it were quietly thanking the night before allowing the morning to take its place. Elias looked toward it with familiar affection. It is done well. Lumen smiled. Can lanterns be proud? Elias considered the question. I don't know. She laughed softly. But I believe they are content. The answer felt exactly right. Contentment, unlike pride, never needed to be noticed. The eastern sky slowly deepened from silver to the palest shade of rose. Not brilliant, only gentle enough that the stars began disappearing one by one. None vanished suddenly. Each simply became quieter until the growing light carried the evening onward. Elias watched the final visible star fade above the pavilion roof. It reminded him of the fireflies leaving the lantern path. Nothing competed, Nothing resisted. Everything trusted its own moment. Nearby, a robin finally began to sing. Its melody floated through the cedar branches with effortless joy. Almost immediately, another answered from somewhere near the stream. Soon, the entire garden seemed quietly alive with soft birdsong. Yet even together, they never overwhelmed the peaceful silence. They became part of it. Mira stood and slowly wandered toward the herb garden. Tiny beads of dew covered every rosemary leaf. When she gently brushed one stem, the droplets trembled, then settled again without falling. She smiled. They're holding on. Just a little longer. Elias joined her. Dew never fears the morning. It simply knows. Its work is almost finished. Lumen looked curious. What work? Elias knelt beside a tiny white flower growing near the path. She pointed toward the dew resting upon its petals. It cooled the flower through the night. It reflected the stars. It welcomed the dawn. She smiled, and now it quietly returns to the sky. The companions watched as the very first beam of sunlight reached the highest cedar branches. Not the garden, not the flowers, only the very top of the ancient tree. The golden light rested there patiently, as though asking permission before entering the pavilion. Elias felt something wonderfully familiar. The sunrise behaved exactly like every gentle traveler they had met, never forcing its arrival, always waiting until the moment felt right. Slowly, the sunlight continued downward, touching one branch, then another. The cedar seemed to awaken, not all at once, but leaf by leaf, branch by branch. The hidden library even welcomed morning. With kindness, the blossom lantern finally released one last soft shimmer. Its warm glow disappeared completely. No sadness followed. No farewell, only quiet completion. Lumen looked at the lantern. It isn't asleep. Elias smiled. No, it is simply trusting that another evening will come. The companions remained together beneath the ancient cedar, watching sunlight gently unfold across the pavilion, understanding that beautiful things never hurried because they already knew there would always be enough time to become exactly what they were meant to be. The first rays of morning slowly wandered across the pavilion gardens. They did not erase the night. They simply revealed new colors that had been patiently waiting. The silver dew upon every blade of grass became tiny drops of gold. The white moonflowers slowly folded their petals, their quiet work finished until another evening would gently invite them open again. Nearby, small blue morning blossoms began awakening one by one. Lumen noticed them immediately. They traded places. Elias smiled. The garden has always known that no flower should stay awake forever. The companions wandered slowly through the awakening pavilion. Nothing appeared hurried. Not the flowers, not the birds, not even the gentle stream. Morning here seemed to arrive with the very same kindness that evening offered when it departed. As they reached the little stone bridge, they noticed someone already there. An elderly woman sat quietly upon the low bridge wall. She wore simple linen, clothing the color of pale morning clouds. Silver hair had been gathered loosely behind her neck. In her hands rested a small woven basket. Inside, freshly gathered herbs glistened with morning dew. She smiled before anyone spoke, not because she had expected them, simply because smiling had already become part of her morning. Elias inclined her head warmly. "Good morning, Elian." The woman returned the greeting. "And a peaceful morning to you." Her voice carried the softness of someone who had spent many years speaking gently to gardens. Lumen looked curiously toward the basket. "You've been awake for a long time." Elian laughed quietly. "The garden woke before I did. I simply followed." The companions smiled. Elias noticed that she occasionally paused while gathering herbs, not to rest, simply to admire a flower, or watch a butterfly, or listen to the birds for a moment. Nothing in her movements suggested work, only companionship. She carefully lifted one tiny sprig of fresh mint from the basket, holding it toward Elias. "For you." Elias accepted it gently. "Thank you." He breathed in its cool fragrance. It smelled wonderfully fresh, almost like the morning itself. "What should I do with it?" Elian's eyes sparkled kindly. "Nothing. Just notice it." The answer felt beautifully familiar. So many gifts inside the hidden library asked for nothing in return, not even a purpose, only attention, only presence. Lumen accepted a small chamomile blossom. Mira received a tiny sprig of rosemary. Elias quietly tucked a piece of lavender behind one ear. The companions stood together upon the little bridge. The stream below reflected the growing blue of the morning sky. Tiny fish moved lazily beneath the clear water. Dragonflies had begun replacing the fireflies. Their delicate wings shimmered like pieces of living glass beneath the sunlight. Lumen watched one settle briefly upon a reed. The morning has its own lanterns. Elian smiled. "It does. And they are just as gentle." The companions remained there quietly, breathing the cool morning air, holding simple herbs gathered with kindness, listening to water, birds, and the peaceful awakening of another beautiful day. Elias realized that the pavilion had never belonged only to the evening. Its greatest gift was teaching every traveler that peace could be found wherever one learned to notice it. The companions slowly continued beyond the little stone bridge. Elias remained among the herbs, not because her work was unfinished, but because mornings, like gardens, never asked to be completed all at once. The pavilion had fully awakened now, yet it remained wonderfully quiet. Birdsong drifted gently between the willow branches. The stream carried soft ribbons of sunlight across its surface. Dragonflies wandered lazily above the water. Everywhere Elias looked, life had begun, without hurry, without announcement, only quiet willingness. The narrow garden path curved toward an open meadow beyond the pavilion. Unlike the moonlit valley, this meadow belonged entirely to the morning. Wild grasses shimmered beneath tiny drops of dew. Golden buttercups opened toward the rising sun. Pale blue cornflowers nodded gently beneath the breeze. Several white butterflies floated effortlessly from blossom to blossom. Lumen stopped walking. They don't seem to choose. Elias followed one butterfly with her eyes. Perhaps they are simply grateful for every flower. The companions smiled. That felt like another lesson, quietly hidden inside the morning. Gratitude rarely needed perfect choices, only open eyes. Near the center of the meadow stood a long wooden table. Simple, uncovered, handcrafted from smooth cedar. No chairs surrounded it. Instead, soft woven blankets rested upon the grass nearby. Fresh pitchers of cool spring water waited in the shade. Small baskets held ripe summer berries, wild strawberries, blueberries, blackberries. Beside them, warm oat bread rested beneath folded linen cloths. Nothing appeared arranged for ceremony. Everything simply invited sharing. Lumen looked around curiously. Who's coming? Elias smiled. Whoever arrives. No invitations. No reservations. Elias laughed quietly. The morning has never required them. Elias slowly understood. Just as Rowan prepared fresh bread every evening, someone here quietly prepared breakfast every morning, not because visitors had promised to come, because kindness preferred to be ready. Mira carefully picked one blueberry from a basket. She held it thoughtfully for a moment before tasting it. The fruit was sweet, still cool from the morning air. She smiled softly. It tastes like sunshine waiting. Lumen laughed. I think everything here tastes like a feeling. Elias nodded. That happens when someone prepares it with care. A soft breeze wandered through the meadow. The blankets stirred gently. Butterflies drifted higher before settling again among the flowers. Not far away, two rabbits emerged cautiously from the taller grasses. They paused, looked toward the companions, then calmly continued nibbling clover, as though everyone already belonged together. No fear, only peaceful familiarity. Elias watched them quietly. The hidden library never seemed divided into places for people and places for nature. Everything shared the same home. The butterflies, the birds, the rabbits, the flowers, the travelers, even the breeze seemed welcome. Far beyond the meadow, the pavilion stood peacefully beneath the great cedar tree. Its lanterns now rested quietly in daylight, patiently waiting for another evening to arrive. Elias smiled to himself. The pavilion had taught him something he had never truly understood before. Peace was not something the night created, nor something the morning replaced. It simply changed its clothes, becoming moonlight for those who walked beneath the stars, and becoming sunlight for those willing to begin another beautiful day. The companions remained in the morning meadow for a little while longer. No one seemed eager to continue, not because the journey had ended, but because every beautiful place deserved to be enjoyed before becoming a memory. The butterflies continued drifting among the flowers. One settled briefly upon the edge of Lumen's sleeve. It folded its delicate wings, rested, then lifted effortlessly back into the morning air. Lumen watched it disappear. It trusted me, or Elias smiled. I think it trusted the morning. The answer somehow felt even more beautiful. Trust, inside the hidden library, never seemed to belong to one person alone. It belonged to the entire atmosphere. The companions slowly left the meadow behind. The path now followed the gentle stream that wandered through the pavilion grounds. Morning sunlight danced across its clear surface. Tiny fish glided peacefully beneath the water. Dragonflies skimmed just above it, their shimmering wings catching flashes of gold and blue. Every few steps, small stepping stones crossed the stream. Some were round, others slightly uneven. Moss covered their edges with soft emerald cushions. None appeared newly placed. Each carried the quiet confidence of something that had served countless travelers. Elias paused halfway across one bridge of stones. He looked down into the water. The stream reflected the sky so clearly that for a moment he could not tell whether he was looking upward or downward. White clouds drifted slowly across the reflection. A pair of birds crossed overhead. Their shadows passed silently through the water, before disappearing again. Mira stopped beside him. "What do you see?" Elias smiled. "The sky." She nodded gently, and he looked a little longer. Then another answer quietly appeared. "Myself." The water reflected both, the endless morning above, and the quiet traveler standing beside it. Aurelia joined them. The stream has always done that. It reminds us that we are part of the same morning. The companions stood together without speaking. The gentle current continued flowing around the stepping stones, never rushing, never stopping, only continuing. Lumen crouched beside the bank. They noticed tiny paper boats resting beneath the overhanging grasses, not floating, simply waiting. Each had been folded from creamy handmade paper. No writing covered them, no names, no messages, only carefully folded boats, prepared long before anyone arrived. Lumen lifted one carefully. "It isn't broken. It isn't forgotten." Aurelia shook her head. "No, it is simply waiting for the traveler who needs it." Elias smiled. The hidden library prepared so many things in advance: bread, lanterns, gardens, morning tables, even little paper boats. Kindness here never waited for someone to ask. It quietly arrived first. Lumen gently returned the tiny boat to its place beneath the grasses. Someone else, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps many seasons from now, would discover it with the same quiet wonder, and that somehow made leaving it behind feel like another small act of kindness. The stream curved gently toward a grove of flowering cherry trees. Soft pink blossoms drifted lazily upon the current. Some floated beneath the little paper boats before continuing downstream together, not leading, not following, simply sharing the same peaceful journey. Elias watched until the blossoms disappeared around the bend. He no longer wondered where the stream would finally end. The hidden library had quietly taught him that beautiful journeys were not remembered because of their destination. They were remembered because every gentle moment along the way had been welcomed. The companions followed the stream as it continued its gentle journey through the pavilion. The water never rushed around the bends. It simply welcomed each curve as though it had known the way for many peaceful years. Cherry blossoms drifted upon its surface. Some traveled only a short distance before resting beside smooth stones. Others continued farther downstream. None seemed concerned with how long their journey might be. Lumen watched one blossom slowly circle a tiny whirlpool before floating onward again. It got lost. Elias smiled softly. Did it? Lumen looked again. The blossom had already found the current once more. I suppose it only rested. Elias nodded. The stream never believes. That resting is the same as being lost. The words settled gently into Elias. How often had he mistaken quiet seasons in his own life for moments without direction? Perhaps the stream understood something people often forgot. Even stillness could carry us forward. The path gradually widened until it reached another peaceful corner of the pavilion. Here, the stream slowed into a broad, mirror-like pool. Its surface reflected the entire morning sky. White clouds drifted across it with such perfect clarity that the water almost disappeared. Near the edge of the pool stood a weathered wooden dock. No boats waited there, only 4 comfortable cedar chairs facing the water. A folded wool blanket rested across one of them. Another held an unfinished basket woven from pale willow branches. Beside a third chair sat a tiny clay cup catching drops of dew. The fourth remained empty, patiently waiting. Lumen looked around. Someone was here. Elias nodded. Every morning, and today, they've already continued their walk. Nothing had been abandoned. Everything simply waited peacefully until needed again. Elias touched the smooth railing of the little dock. Years of careful hands had polished the cedar until it felt almost like satin. Not worn out, well loved. Mira looked across the perfectly still water. I don't think I've ever seen a reflection so calm. Elias joined her beside the dock. The pool teaches differently than the stream. How? The stream reminds us to continue. She looked toward the glass-like surface. The pool reminds us to become quiet enough to see clearly. The companions remained there without speaking. One dragonfly crossed the water. Its delicate wings barely disturbed the reflection. A single leaf drifted gently onto the surface. Tiny ripples spread outward in slow, widening circles. Within moments, the water became still again. Nothing hurried to repair the reflection. It quietly restored itself. Elias smiled. Perhaps hearts were much the same, disturbed now and then, yet given enough kindness. They slowly remembered their own stillness. A soft breeze wandered through the willow branches overhead. Long green ribbons brushed the surface of the pool. Their reflections danced together beneath the clouds. Lumen whispered, I don't think the morning wants us to learn anything anymore. Elias smiled warmly. No, I think it simply wants us to enjoy being here. The companions settled into the waiting cedar chairs. No books, no music, no conversation, only the quiet company of one another, the gentle breathing of the pavilion, and the peaceful certainty that not every beautiful morning needed a destination to become unforgettable. Eventually, the companions rose from the circle of white stones, not because the place had asked them to leave, simply because peaceful places never asked anyone to stay longer than their heart wished. The maple leaves continued whispering overhead. The old tree seemed perfectly content to keep listening, even after its visitors had quietly moved on. The narrow path curved gently away from the grove. Morning sunlight now reached farther into the pavilion grounds. Golden light rested upon flower beds that only hours before had glowed beneath moonlight. The garden had changed, yet somehow it still felt completely itself. Lumen smiled. "I think the pavilion looks different every hour." Elias nodded. "It does, but it never forgets who it is." The answer lingered with Elias. Perhaps people, like gardens, could continue changing without ever losing themselves. A short distance ahead, the companions discovered a small orchard. Young pear trees stood beside older apple trees. Plum branches stretched gently over winding grass paths. Each tree carried a tiny wooden tag, not with names, only seasons: spring, summer, autumn, winter. Lumen looked puzzled, but they are all here together. Elias smiled. The trees remind us that every season belongs. She rested one hand lightly upon the rough bark of an old pear tree. No season apologizes for arriving. A breeze wandered softly through the orchard. Tiny leaves shimmered together. A few young pears swayed gently among the branches. Not yet ripe, not yet heavy, only quietly growing. Elias stopped beneath one apple tree. The fruit was still small. Its green skin carried tiny drops of morning dew. He remembered Rowan's words: "The sweetest things rarely hurried." The orchard seemed to agree. Nearby, a wooden watering can rested beside a shallow stone basin filled with clear rainwater. Several small birds had gathered there. One robin, two sparrows, a tiny finch. They drank peacefully together. None chased another away. Each waited its turn, then stepped aside. Lumen watched them with quiet delight. They already know what they know. There's enough for everyone. Elias' smile widened. The hidden library has never feared abundance. Kindness grows when it is shared. The companions continued walking. The orchard gradually opened onto another quiet meadow. At its center stood a long clothesline stretched between two weathered wooden posts. Fresh linen sheets moved lazily in the morning breeze. White, simple, sunlight passed through the fabric, until each sheet glowed softly like a floating cloud. The clean fragrance of fresh cotton drifted across the meadow. Mira closed her eyes for a moment. It smells like peaceful dreams. Elias laughed gently. Perhaps because someone washed yesterday away. The companions smiled. Even something as ordinary as drying linen had become beautiful here, not because it was magical, because it was noticed. The breeze lifted the white sheets once more. For a brief moment, they billowed gently toward the companions before settling again, like quiet waves greeting travelers along the shore. Elias looked across the bright morning meadow. He realized that the hidden library had never separated ordinary life from extraordinary life. Making bread, gathering herbs, watering gardens, hanging clean linen beneath the sun. Each quiet task, performed with care, had become part of the library's oldest magic. Not the magic of spells, but the magic of giving complete attention to simple acts of kindness. And somehow, that magic seemed destined to remain long after the morning had become another peaceful memory. The companions slowly left the meadow behind. The white linen sheets continued dancing gently in the morning breeze until they disappeared among the flowering hedges. Ahead, the pavilion gardens became quieter once again, not because there was less life, because every living thing had settled comfortably into its own peaceful rhythm. The butterflies wandered among the blossoms. Bees hummed softly above lavender. Dragonflies skimmed across the stream. Nothing hurried. Nothing lingered longer than it needed. Everything simply belonged. The path curved beside a small pond, hidden beneath willow branches. Unlike the flowing stream, the pond rested perfectly still. Its surface reflected the entire morning sky. White clouds drifted slowly across the water, without creating even the smallest ripple. Lumen stopped. It looks like the sky decided to rest. Elias smiled. The pond has always been patient enough to hold whatever visits it. Elias looked into the reflection. For a moment, he saw only the clouds, then the willow branches, then the companions standing quietly beside the water. Nothing was clearer than anything else. The pond welcomed everything equally. Mira knelt near the edge. A single lily floated peacefully upon the surface. Beside it, a dragonfly rested so lightly that the water beneath it barely moved. "It isn't afraid," Mira whispered. Elias gently shook her head. "It has learned that peaceful places rarely ask anything from you." The companions sat together upon the smooth stones surrounding the pond. The willow branches drifted lazily overhead. Their reflections swayed gently beneath the water. A pair of white ducks glided silently across the far side of the pond. They left only the faintest ripples behind them. Even those slowly disappeared until the water became perfectly still once more. Elias watched the ripples fade. He thought about every place they had visited since arriving at the pavilion. Each place had touched him, yet none had left sharp edges behind. Only gentle circles, quietly spreading farther than he could see. Perhaps kindness worked the same way. One peaceful act, one thoughtful word, one welcoming smile. Their beginnings might seem very small, yet their quiet influence could travel much farther than anyone ever realized. Lumen picked up a tiny pebble. They turned it thoughtfully between their fingers. Then, instead of tossing it into the pond, they carefully placed it back beside the water. Elias noticed. "You changed your mind." Lumen smiled. "I didn't want to interrupt the sky." The companions laughed softly. The pond remained perfectly calm. The clouds continued their silent journey overhead. Somewhere nearby, a kingfisher flashed brilliant, blew across the water before disappearing among the reeds. The moment lasted only a heartbeat, yet none of them wished it had remained longer. Its beauty belonged partly to its briefness. Elias slowly rose. The pavilion has one last place that welcomes every traveler before they continue onward. Lumen looked up with quiet curiosity. Another garden. Elias smiled. No. She looked toward the sunlit path, disappearing beyond the willow grove. A place where people leave without feeling that they've lost anything. The companions followed her once again. Behind them, the little pond continued holding the morning sky, patiently reflecting every passing cloud, while asking nothing in return. The willow grove slowly gave way to open sunlight. Morning had now fully settled across the pavilion. Gone was the silver glow of dawn. In its place, warm golden light rested gently upon every garden path, every flower, every quiet corner of the hidden library. Nothing felt brighter, only warmer. The companions followed Elias along one final winding path. Unlike the others, this one carried no lanterns, no flower beds, no streams beside it, only smooth, pale stones laid carefully beneath their feet. The path itself seemed to ask for nothing, simply one quiet step after another. Lumen looked ahead. Where does it go? Elias smiled softly. Not somewhere, someone. The answer lingered gently. Soon, the path opened into a small circular courtyard. At its center stood neither tree, nor fountain, nor nor statue, only a beautifully crafted wooden gate. It stood alone. No walls surrounded it. No fence stretched away from either side. The gate opened toward endless green meadows, bathed in soft morning sunlight. Beyond it, the world continued peacefully. Rolling hills, wildflowers, blue sky, nothing mysterious, nothing hidden, simply another beautiful day waiting to be lived. Elias looked around. There's nothing keeping anyone here. Elias rested one hand upon the smooth cedar gate. There never was. The companions remained quietly still. The hidden library had never imprisoned its travelers. It had never asked them to stay. Its greatest gift had always been preparing them to continue their own journey. A small wooden plaque rested beside the open gate. Its lettering had softened through many peaceful seasons. Elias stepped closer and read aloud. Take only what has become part of your heart. No instructions followed, no rules, no farewell, only that single quiet sentence. Mira smiled. I don't think anyone could carry more than that. Elias nodded. And no one would need to. A gentle breeze wandered through the open gateway. It carried the fragrance of summer fields beyond the pavilion. Fresh grass, sun-warmed earth, wildflowers dancing beneath the morning sky. It smelled wonderfully familiar, not because the companions had visited those meadows before, because every peaceful morning somehow carried the same quiet promise. Lumen slowly looked back toward the pavilion. The great cedar stood proudly above its gardens. The stream shimmered beneath the willow branches. Dragonflies drifted through the morning air. Far beyond, the lantern keeper's hillside rested peacefully beneath the sunlight. None of the lanterns glowed now, yet somehow they still felt full of light. Rowan's cottage could no longer be seen. The moonlit valley had disappeared beyond the hills. The silver birch clearing rested quietly among distant trees. Nothing asked to be remembered perfectly. Everything trusted memory to keep only what truly mattered. Elias placed one hand gently against the open wooden gate. Its smooth cedar felt warm beneath the morning sun, not as though it were asking him to leave, only reminding him that beautiful journeys were always meant to continue. The companions stood together for one long, peaceful breath. Then, without sadness, without hesitation, they quietly stepped through the open gate, carrying no lanterns, no flowers, no souvenirs, only calmer hearts, gentler thoughts, and the quiet certainty that wherever kindness was welcomed, a little part of the hidden library would already be waiting there. The companions stepped quietly beyond the open gate. No No sound marked their crossing. No invisible boundary shimmered behind them. Only the gentle feeling that they had carried something precious with them, without taking anything away. The meadow beyond the pavilion stretched peacefully beneath the morning sun. Wild grasses swayed like slow green waves. Buttercups and daisies nodded gently in the breeze. Far away, rolling hills rose and fell beneath an endless blue sky. The hidden library now rested behind them, yet somehow it no longer felt behind them at all. Elias turned once more. The open wooden gate still stood quietly in the meadow. Beyond it, the pavilion shimmered softly among its gardens. The great cedar reached proudly into the morning sky. The willow branches danced beside the stream. Everything remained exactly where it belonged. Nothing had asked him to stay. Nothing had hurried him away. Elias stepped beside him. "Do you know," she asked softly, "why the gate has never been closed?" Elias looked toward the quiet entrance. "I think because peace should never become a place people feel trapped inside." Elias smiled. "And because every traveler deserves to know they may always return." The answer settled gently within every heart. Not a promise, not a rule, simply a quiet truth. Lumen looked down at their empty hand. The little cedar token Rowan had entrusted to them had quietly disappeared. There had been no flash of light, no farewell, only an empty palm warmed by the morning sun. They smiled. "It went home." Elias nodded. "So did you." For a moment, no one spoke. The breeze wandered across the meadow. Birds drifted lazily through the wide summer sky. Wildflowers bowed gently, as if greeting every passing wind. Nothing extraordinary happened, and somehow that made the morning feel complete. Elias took one slow breath. The scent of fresh grass filled the air. Somewhere nearby, he caught the faint fragrance of rosemary, then warm cedar, then fresh bread. He smiled quietly. None of those places were beside him anymore. Yet somehow they had all remained. Not in the meadow. Within him, the hidden library had never been built only from cedar, stone, streams, or lanterns. It had always been built, one peaceful memory at a time, one gentle kindness after another, one traveler quietly helping the next. The companions began walking across the open meadow. No destination waited beyond the hills. None was needed. The journey itself had become enough. Behind them, the open gate remained exactly as it always had. Patient, welcoming, unchanged, ready for another weary traveler, another peaceful evening another quiet heart searching, not for answers, but for rest. And somewhere, beyond every hurried day, beyond every restless thought, beyond every ordinary evening, the hidden library continued waiting, its lanterns ready to glow, its gardens ready to bloom, its doors already open for anyone willing to walk gently enough to find them. Morning stretched peacefully across the open meadow. The companions continued their gentle walk beyond the pavilion's open gate. No path had been marked before them. None was needed. The soft grasses naturally bent beneath each careful step. Wildflowers welcomed the breeze with quiet bows. The world ahead felt wonderfully ordinary. And somehow, after everything the hidden library had shown them, ordinary no longer meant small. Elias looked back only once. The cedar gate still stood quietly beneath the morning sky. From this distance, it appeared almost weightless, not like an entrance, not like an exit, only a gentle reminder that peaceful places never truly closed. Soon, the meadow began sloping gently downward. A narrow country path appeared among the grasses. Small white stones rested along its edges. Here and there, tiny blue wildflowers had quietly chosen to bloom between them. Lumen smiled. "I think the path made itself." Elias nodded. "The kindest paths usually do." The companions walked slowly. Morning sunlight warmed their shoulders. The cool freshness of dawn had softened into the gentle comfort of early day. Birds crossed the sky in quiet groups. A pair of swallows danced effortlessly above the meadow before disappearing beyond the distant hills. Nothing called the companions forward, yet every step felt naturally welcomed. After some time, they reached a weathered wooden milestone beside the path. Unlike ordinary signs, it displayed no distances, no directions, only one carefully carved sentence. "Carry today gently." Lumen traced the letters with one fingertip. "It isn't telling us where to go." Elias smiled. "No, it trusts you'll find your own way. It simply reminds you how to travel." Elias stood quietly before the little sign. He realized every message throughout the hidden library had quietly done the same. None had commanded, none had instructed. Each had simply offered a gentler way of seeing. The companions continued onward. Before long, they noticed another traveler approaching from the opposite direction. An elderly woman walked slowly beneath a wide straw hat. A woven basket rested comfortably upon her arm. Wildflowers peeked gently over its edge. She smiled warmly as she drew near. "Good morning." Her greeting carried the same peaceful kindness they had found throughout the hidden library. No surprise, no questions, only welcome. "Good morning," the companions answered together. The woman paused beside the little milestone. She looked toward the words carved into its weathered wood, then quietly picked one small daisy from her basket. Without ceremony, she laid it gently beneath the sign. No explanation, no audience, simply a quiet offering. Lumen watched with gentle curiosity. "You left your flower." The woman smiled. "I've already enjoyed carrying it." She looked toward the companions. "Perhaps someone else will enjoy finding it." With another warm smile, she continued peacefully down the path. Her footsteps gradually disappeared among the wildflowers. The little daisy remained beneath the wooden milestone. Its white petals glowed softly beneath the morning sun. No one hurried to pick it up. No one wondered who might discover it. The companions simply continued walking, each carrying the same quiet realization. Some gifts became most beautiful only after they had been left behind. The little daisy remained beneath the weathered milestone. Its white petals glowed softly in the growing warmth of the morning. Soon, the companions rounded a gentle bend in the path. When they looked back, the flower had already become too distant to see. Yet none of them felt it had been left behind. Kindness, Elias realized, had a remarkable way of remaining present, even after it disappeared from sight. The country path continued through open fields. Tall grasses swayed gently beneath the breeze. Tiny grasshoppers leaped from stem to stem. Dragonflies drifted lazily through the warm air. Everything moved with quiet purpose. Nothing hurried. Not far ahead, the companions discovered a small wooden bridge crossing a narrow brook. Unlike the stream beside the pavilion, this little brook laughed softly as it hurried over smooth pebbles. Its cheerful sound filled the quiet countryside. Lumen leaned over the simple wooden railing. "It sounds happy." Elias listened for a moment. "I think it enjoys having somewhere to go." The companions smiled. Not every peaceful thing needed to move slowly. Some joys danced, others rested. Both belonged. On the opposite side of the bridge, they found a small woven basket resting beneath a young oak tree. No one stood nearby. The basket had been carefully covered with clean linen. Beside it rested another tiny wooden sign. Its simple carving read, "Please take what brightens your day." Lumen looked toward Elias. "Should we?" Elias smiled. "What do you think?" Lumen carefully lifted one corner of the linen cloth. Inside rested several freshly baked oat biscuits. small jars of berry jam, a handful of ripe pears, and tiny cloth pouches filled with fragrant herbal tea. Nothing expensive, nothing extraordinary, only thoughtful things prepared with care. Elias looked around. No one's watching. Elias nodded. They never are. The companions each accepted one small oat biscuit. Nothing more. When the cloth settled back into place, the basket still looked wonderfully full. Mira quietly reached into her satchel. From inside, she removed the small rosemary sprig Elias had given her earlier that morning. She placed it gently beside the basket. Lumen looked at her. You left your gift. Mira smiled softly. I've already received what it came to give. No further explanation was needed. The companions understood. Receiving and giving had quietly become the same gentle act. As they prepared to continue walking, a little boy appeared in the distance. He couldn't have been older than 8. A small woven backpack rested comfortably across his shoulders. He skipped happily along the country path, occasionally stopping to admire butterflies dancing among the wildflowers. When he reached the basket, he paused, lifted the linen cloth. His face brightened into a quiet smile. He chose one tiny pear, then noticed the rosemary sprig lying beside the basket. Carefully, he picked it up. He breathed in its gentle fragrance, then smiled even more warmly. Without knowing who had left it, he tucked it carefully into the strap of his little backpack. The companions watched from a respectful distance. None of them called out. None wished to interrupt the simple beauty unfolding before them. The little boy continued happily down the path, one small pear in his hand, one small rosemary sprig upon his shoulder. 2 quiet gifts, already continuing their journey. Lumen whispered, I think. That's exactly what Rowan meant. Elias nodded, so do I. Some gifts never truly belonged to the person who first carried them. They simply traveled from one grateful heart to another, becoming quietly richer with every gentle hand that welcomed them. The companions remained where they were until the little boy disappeared beyond the next gentle hill. No one spoke. The morning itself seemed quietly satisfied. One small pear, one sprig of rosemary, nothing remarkable. Yet somehow, the path felt brighter than before. Elias finally smiled. Did you notice? Lumen looked toward her. What? No one thanked anyone. The companions thought back. The elderly woman who had left the daisy, Mira placing the rosemary beside the basket, the little boy finding both the pear and the fragrant sprig. Not once had anyone expected gratitude. The kindness itself had been enough. Elias nodded slowly. I think they trusted the gift to finish its own journey. Elias' eyes warmed. Exactly. The companions continued walking. The country path now wandered between low stone walls, covered with soft green moss. Tiny ferns grew between the weathered stones. Small white flowers peeked through every crack. Nothing about the walls appeared newly built, yet every stone rested securely beside the next. Lumen brushed one gently with their fingertips. It doesn't look perfect. Elias smiled. It isn't. It's patient. Elias looked more closely. Some stones were large, others scarcely larger than his hand. No two matched. Yet together, they created something stronger than any single stone alone. He quietly thought of the lantern path, of Rowan, of the pavilion, of every traveler whose small kindness had become part of something far greater. Perhaps communities, like stone walls, were never built from perfection, only from countless small acts of care. The breeze shifted gently. Somewhere nearby, they heard laughter, not loud, only light enough to travel comfortably across the morning fields. The companions rounded another bend. Ahead, beneath the shade of an old elm tree, 3 elderly neighbors sat around a small wooden table. One slowly mended a woven basket. Another polished a pair of old gardening tools. The third quietly stitched colorful patches onto a well-loved blanket. No one seemed busy. No one seemed idle. They simply worked together, sharing conversation as naturally as the birds shared song. One of them looked up. He smiled warmly. Beautiful morning. It truly is. Elias replied. The elderly woman, holding the blanket, lifted it slightly. A tiny patch had been sewn in the shape of a bluebird. Another resembled a lantern. Another, a single white flower. Lumen admired it. It's beautiful. The woman laughed softly. It used to have holes. She gently smoothed the fabric. Now, it has stories. The companions smiled together. Nothing inside the hidden library seemed interested in hiding signs of time. Things were repaired, cared for, loved, never replaced simply because they had grown older. The elderly man, polishing the gardening tools, finished his work. Instead of placing them aside, he quietly handed them to his friend. Your turn. No ownership, no ceremony, only shared trust. Elias watched the simple exchange. Everywhere he looked, the same quiet truth appeared again. Peace was rarely created through extraordinary moments. It grew through ordinary people, choosing gentle habits again and again And again, the companions continued along the winding country path. Behind them, the three neighbors remained beneath the old elm tree, mending, polishing, stitching, and quietly proving that sometimes the greatest gift one person could offer another was simply helping beautiful things continue their journey. The country path gradually left the open fields behind. Ahead, the land became gently shaded once more. Tall oak trees stretched their broad branches across the road. Sunlight filtered through thousands of emerald leaves. The moving patches of light upon the ground seemed almost to dance with every passing breeze. The companions slowed naturally. The shade carried a different kind of peace, cooler, quieter, almost thoughtful. No birds hurried overhead. Instead, their songs drifted softly from hidden branches high above. Lumen looked upward. I can't even see them. Or Elias smiled. Some songs don't need to be seen. The answer lingered comfortably. The hidden library had always valued quiet things, not because they were hidden, because they asked people to notice more carefully. The path curved around a great old oak. Its trunk was so wide that 4 people together could scarcely have reached around it. At its base rested a simple wooden bench. An elderly man sat there alone. His walking stick leaned gently against the bench beside him. A small leather notebook rested closed upon his lap. He wasn't writing. He wasn't reading. He simply watched the sunlight moving through the leaves. The companions greeted him warmly. "Good morning." He smiled, and what a peaceful morning it has become. His voice carried the calm rhythm of someone who had long ago stopped measuring days by clocks. Lumen noticed the notebook. "Are you writing a story?" The old man chuckled quietly. "Oh no, I've already written enough stories." He gently rested one hand upon the worn leather cover. "Now, I simply leave empty pages." The companions looked at him curiously. "For whom?" Elias asked. The old man looked upward into the oak branches. "For whoever needs them." Lumen blinked. "You leave blank pages." The old man nodded. "Sometimes the greatest gift is not giving someone your words. It's giving them room to discover their own." Silence settled beneath the old oak. The breeze carried another gentle shower of dancing light across the forest floor. No one hurried to answer. No one needed to. After a little while, the elderly man carefully opened his notebook. Several pages had already been filled, not with long paragraphs, only short, handwritten thoughts, a single sentence upon each page. He turned one toward Elias. It read, "Some mornings ask us to notice more than to accomplish. He turned another. Rest is not the absence of living. It is one of its seasons. Then another. Leave every place softer than you found it. Finally, he closed the notebook once more. The remaining pages, he smiled, belonged to someone else. He never explained who. He simply stood slowly, took up his walking stick, and with one gentle nod, continued peacefully along the woodland path. The companions watched until he disappeared among the sunlit trees. Lumen whispered, "I think." He gave us an empty page. Elias smiled, "No." He looked around at the quiet woodland, the dancing sunlight, the patient trees, and the peaceful morning. "I think," he reminded us, "that we're still writing it." Together, they continued beneath the great oaks, their footsteps light upon the forest path, while above them the leaves continued writing quiet patterns of sunlight. Across the earth, the woodland path continued beneath the shelter of ancient oaks. Every few moments, a leaf drifted gently toward the earth, not because autumn had arrived, simply because every tree knew that letting go was also part of caring. The companions walked without speaking. The old man's notebook lingered quietly in their thoughts. Blank pages, unwritten stories, gentle reminders. Elias found himself wondering how many people had walked these same woods before them. How many quiet conversations had taken place beneath these branches. How many small kindnesses had continued long after the people themselves had gone. The path widened ahead. A tiny clearing opened among the trees. At its center stood an old wooden wheelbarrow. Its paint had faded long ago. Its handles had grown smooth from countless hands. Inside rested a collection of young tree saplings: oak, birch, maple, cherry. Beside them, a small clay watering jug, a well-used garden spade, and another handwritten sign. This one read only, "If you have a little time, tomorrow will thank you." Lumen smiled immediately. "I like this one." Elias looked around the clearing. So do many others. Elias noticed dozens of young trees already growing nearby. None stood in neat rows. Each had been planted wherever the woodland had quietly made room. Some were only knee-high. Others had already grown taller than a person. No plaque identified who had planted them. No names celebrated their kindness. Only healthy young trees reaching peacefully toward the morning sky. Mira gently touched one slender maple. It was planted for someone who may never know. Elias nodded. The hidden library has always believed that the future deserves gifts too. The companions remained quietly among the young trees. A robin landed upon one of the smallest branches. Its weight barely bent the sapling. The little tree swayed once, then stood straight again. Even something still growing could already offer rest to another. Elias picked up the small watering jug. Without speaking, he filled it from a nearby rain barrel, then slowly watered one of the youngest cherry saplings. The earth darkened quietly around its roots. Nothing magical happened. No blossoms suddenly appeared. No music filled the air. Only the quiet satisfaction of helping something continue growing. Lumen smiled. "I think that's enough." Elias looked at the tiny tree. "I think so too." One by one, the companions each chose a different sapling. A splash of water, a little loose soil, pressed gently around the roots. A fallen twig moved aside. Small acts, no audience, no reward. When they finished, the clearing looked exactly as it had before. Only the trees themselves knew they had been cared for. As the companions prepared to leave, a gentle breeze wandered through the young branches. Hundreds of tiny leaves shimmered together. Their soft whisper sounded almost like gratitude. Or perhaps it was simply the peaceful sound of tomorrow quietly beginning. The companions quietly left the little grove of young trees behind. The woodland path gradually became brighter once again. Sunlight now reached the forest floor in long ribbons of gold. The breeze carried the fresh scent of pine needles mixed with warm earth. Somewhere ahead, they heard the gentle creaking of wooden wheels, not hurried, slow, steady, almost rhythmic. As they rounded the next bend, they saw where the sound came from. A middle-aged traveler slowly pulled a small wooden cart along the path. The cart was not heavy, yet every few steps, he paused to catch his breath. Bundles of neatly tied firewood rested inside. Nothing else. The traveler smiled warmly when he noticed the companions. "Good morning." His voice remained cheerful despite the effort. "Good morning," Elias replied. Lumen looked toward the cart. "That's a long way to pull." The traveler chuckled softly. "It is, but winter always arrives eventually." He gently patted one bundle of wood. "I'd rather prepare while the birds are still singing." The companions smiled. The answer sounded exactly like something Rowan might have said. Preparing kindness before it was needed. Elias quietly stepped beside the cart. "May I help for a little while?" The traveler looked surprised, then grateful. "If it brings you joy." Elias wrapped both hands around the wooden handle. Together, they pulled the cart forward. The difference was immediate. The load no longer felt heavy. The wheels rolled more smoothly over the woodland path. The traveler sighed with quiet relief. "I had forgotten," he said gently, "how much lighter things become when someone walks beside you." No one answered immediately. The truth needed no explanation. Lumen and Mira quietly walked alongside. Whenever a small branch had fallen across the path, they gently moved it aside before the wheels reached it. Elias simply remained beside the traveler, listening, offering peaceful company. No one hurried. No one treated the work as a task. For several peaceful minutes, they simply shared the journey. Eventually, another path appeared leading toward a small village, hidden among distant trees. The travelers stopped there. "This is where we part." He smiled warmly at Elias. "Thank you." Elias gently shook his head. "I don't think I carried it alone." The traveler laughed softly. "No, you carried something even lighter." He placed one hand over his heart. "My morning." With another grateful smile, he slowly guided the cart toward the village. Its wooden wheels continued their quiet rhythm until they disappeared behind the trees. The companions remained standing where the paths separated. Lumen looked thoughtfully after him. "We didn't really give him much." Elias smiled. "Didn't you?" She looked down at the smooth path before them. For a little while, his road became easier. The breeze stirred gently through the pines. Sunlight shimmered across the woodland floor. Elias realized something quietly beautiful. The greatest gifts rarely stayed in someone's hands. They stayed in how the journey felt afterward. And perhaps that was why they continued traveling long after the gift itself could no longer be seen. The companions continued along the woodland path. The trees gradually became farther apart. Sunlight now reached the earth almost without interruption. The air had grown pleasantly warm, not the heavy warmth of afternoon, only the gentle comfort of a morning settling peacefully into the day. No one spoke for several minutes. The quiet felt full, not empty, as though every conversation they had shared since leaving the pavilion had become part of the breeze itself. Ahead, the path widened into a small resting place beneath 3 old ash trees. A round stone well stood quietly at its center. Beside it rested a simple wooden bucket tied to a smooth hemp rope. Nearby, 3 clay cups waited neatly upon a small cedar shelf. No sign explained who had placed them there. None was needed. The companions approached the well. Lumen carefully lowered the bucket. The rope whispered softly against the worn wooden wheel. A few moments later, clear spring water shimmered inside the bucket, cool, fresh, perfectly still. Each companion filled a small clay cup. The water tasted wonderfully clean, almost sweet. Elias smiled. It feels like drinking silence. Aurelia laughed gently. The spring has practiced for a very long time. As they rested beneath the ash trees, another traveler quietly approached. She appeared to be a young woman carrying a satchel filled with folded papers. She greeted them warmly. "Peaceful morning." "And to you," Aurelia replied. The young woman drew a cup of water from the well. She drank slowly, then remained standing beside it. Her expression was calm, yet Elias noticed something. She seemed as though she wished to say something, but had not yet found the right words. No one hurried her. No one asked questions. The companions simply remained quietly present. After a little while, the young woman smiled. "I've been walking since sunrise." She looked toward the trees overhead. "I thought I was searching for an answer." She laughed softly. "But I think I was only looking for somewhere quiet enough to hear my own thoughts." Aurelia nodded gently. "Did you?" The young woman looked toward the still water inside the well. "I believe I did." She rested one hand upon her satchel. The answer was already walking beside me. I simply couldn't hear it. Silence returned, not awkward, grateful. The companions had offered no advice, no clever solution, only patient attention. The young woman bowed her head slightly. "Thank you for listening." Lumen blinked, but we hardly said anything. The young woman smiled warmly. "Exactly." She adjusted her satchel. With one final grateful glance, she continued peacefully along the woodland road. Her footsteps gradually disappeared into the sunlight. Lumen watched her go. I didn't know listening could be a gift. Aurelia looked toward the quiet spring. Most hearts already carry their own answers. They simply need someone willing to make enough quiet for those answers to arrive. The companions finished the last cool drops of spring water, then gently returned the clay cups to the cedar shelf, ready for whoever might arrive next. Nothing had been taken away. Only peace had quietly changed hands. Once again, the companions quietly left the old stone well behind. The woodland slowly opened once more. The trees became fewer. Wild grasses returned beside the path. The warm morning breeze wandered freely across the gentle hills. Everything felt wonderfully unhurried. Even the clouds above seemed content to drift without destination. The path curved toward a small crossroads, not a busy crossing, only two quiet country paths meeting beneath an enormous chestnut tree. Its wide branches spread cool shade across the grassy clearing. Beneath the tree stood a simple wooden notice board. No announcements, no maps, only several small handwritten notes, carefully fastened with tiny wooden pegs. Lumen stepped closer. "They are letters." Elias smiled. "They are invitations." The companions began reading. One small note said, "The blueberries beside the eastern hill are ready. Please enjoy them before the birds do." Another read, "If you pass the old windmill today, could you wave for me? My legs aren't quite as young as they used to be." Another simply said, "May your afternoon be gentler than your morning." No signatures appeared, no names, only quiet kindness waiting for strangers. Elias smiled. Everyone seems to know one another. Elias gently shook her head. They simply choose to care as though they already do. Nearby, a little wooden box rested beneath the notice board. Its lid stood open. Inside were blank pieces of handmade paper, tiny cedar pencils. Nothing more. Lumen immediately understood. So anyone can leave something behind. Exactly, Elias replied. No permission required. The companions remained there for a few peaceful moments. People occasionally passed along one of the country paths. A farmer carrying fresh vegetables, an elderly couple walking arm in arm, a young girl humming quietly while gathering wildflowers. Each paused beside the notice board. Each smiled. Some read only one note. Some left another. Then everyone continued peacefully on their way. The board never became crowded, only gently alive. Elias picked up one of the little cedar pencils. He hesitated, not because he lacked words, because he wished to leave only something true. After a quiet moment, he wrote slowly, "If today feels heavy, walk gently. The road is already trying to help you." He placed the note carefully upon the board. Nothing more, no name, no explanation, only hope. Lumen read it quietly. "I think someone will need that." Elias smiled. "I hope so." A light breeze wandered through the clearing. The little notes fluttered softly together, not competing, not replacing one another. Each carried a different kindness. Together, they created something far larger than any single message. Elias looked around the crossroads. The hidden library has always understood that encouragement travels farther when no one needs credit for sending it. The companions continued along the gently winding road. Behind them, the little notice board remained beneath the great chestnut tree, patiently collecting quiet words that would one day become exactly the gift someone had been hoping to find. The companions walked onward beneath the brightening sky. The crossroads gradually disappeared behind gentle hills. Only the quiet memory of handwritten kindness remained. The morning had ripened into late morning now. Sunlight rested warmly upon the fields. A gentle breeze carried the fragrance of wild thyme and clover across the countryside. Somewhere nearby, bees hummed peacefully among the blossoms. The path descended toward a small brook. Unlike the lively stream beside the pavilion, this brook wandered lazily through tall reeds and flowering grasses. A tiny wooden footbridge crossed it. On the bridge sat a little girl, perhaps 7 years old. She held a handful of smooth river pebbles in her lap. One by one, she placed them carefully along the wooden railing, not in a straight line, not in any pattern, simply wherever each stone seemed happiest to rest. The companions slowed their steps, not wishing to disturb her quiet work. The little girl looked up and smiled. "Good morning." Her smile carried the effortless warmth only children sometimes possess. "Good morning," Elias answered gently. Lumen looked curiously at the colorful stones. "What are you making?" The little girl tilted her head thoughtfully. "I'm not making anything." She picked up another smooth pebble. "I'm leaving smiles." She placed the little stone carefully upon the railing. Sometimes people notice them. Sometimes they don't. She shrugged happily. But they are still here. The companions exchanged quiet smiles. Elias looked more closely. Each pebble had been chosen with care. One shimmered pale blue. Another carried tiny white lines. One was almost perfectly round. Another shaped like a tiny heart. None had been painted. None decorated. Their beauty had simply been noticed. Mira gently touched one with her fingertip. "They are beautiful." The little girl beamed. "I know. I found them beside the river. Now someone else can find them too." Lumen smiled. "So, the gift isn't the stone." The little girl nodded enthusiastically. "It's the finding." The answer settled softly into the morning air. Elias looked down the length of the bridge. Several travelers had likely crossed here already today. Some may have smiled. Others perhaps walked without noticing. Yet none of that changed the little girl's joy. She wasn't measuring success. She was simply sharing delight. Elias watched quietly, then bent down beside the bridge. She picked up one tiny feather resting near the grass. Its soft white edges glowed in the sunlight. Without a word, she placed it beside one of the smooth pebbles. The little girl smiled even wider. "Now they have company." The companions laughed gently. Nothing extraordinary had happened. Only a feather beside a stone. Yet somehow The bridge felt even more welcoming than before. As they prepared to continue their journey, the little girl waved cheerfully. "I hope you find something beautiful today." Elias smiled warmly. "I think we already have." The companions crossed the little bridge. Behind them, the smooth pebbles, the tiny feather, and the child's quiet happiness remained together beneath the summer sun, patiently waiting to surprise the next traveler who happened to look down. The little wooden bridge slowly disappeared behind the companions. The child's smooth pebbles and the tiny white feather remained quietly waiting for another pair of curious eyes. The countryside stretched peacefully ahead. Rolling hills rose gently beneath the late morning sun. Wildflowers painted soft ribbons of white, yellow, and violet across the fields. Everything seemed wonderfully alive, yet nothing seemed busy. The hidden library had quietly taught even the landscape how to breathe slowly. After some time, the companions noticed a small orchard resting upon the hillside. Unlike the orchard near the pavilion, this one belonged to ordinary travelers. Several baskets rested beneath the trees. Fresh apples, golden pears, deep purple plums. Each basket carried a tiny handwritten card. "Please take enough for your journey." No one guarded the fruit. No fence surrounded the orchard. Only trust. Lumen smiled. Everyone trusts everyone. Elias looked across the peaceful hillside. They trust kindness more than they fear selfishness. The companions each selected one small apple. Nothing more. As Elias reached into the basket, he noticed another object resting quietly beneath the fruit. It was a tiny knitted bird, no larger than the palm of his hand. Its soft blue thread had faded slightly beneath the sunlight. A small handwritten note rested beside it. "If someone needs company today, please let this little bird travel with them." Elias gently lifted the tiny bird. Its stitching was wonderfully simple. One wing sat slightly higher than the other. One tiny button eye reflected the sunlight. It was not perfect. It was deeply loved. Lumen smiled immediately. "I think someone made that with very happy hands." Elias nodded and hoped those hands would continue helping strangers. The companions walked onward. The little knitted bird rested gently in Elias' hands. He found himself smiling every time he looked at it, not because it was magical, because someone whose name he would never know had quietly imagined that another traveler might one day need something small, soft, and comforting. The path curved around another hillside. Ahead, they noticed an elderly shepherd sitting peacefully beside his flock. Most of the sheep rested quietly beneath scattered shade trees. One tiny lamb stood alone, a short distance away. The shepherd smiled warmly as the companions approached. "My little friend here," he chuckled softly, "has decided the world is much larger than it expected." The lamb looked uncertain, not frightened, only unsure. It glanced toward the flock, then toward the companions, then back again. Elias slowly crouched. Without speaking, he gently placed the tiny knitted bird upon the grass, a short distance from the little lamb. The lamb stepped closer, curious. It sniffed the soft blue bird, then quietly continued walking, passing the toy until it reached the waiting flock. The shepherd laughed softly. "I believe your little bird reminded it that home wasn't very far." Elias picked up the knitted bird once more. It carried a single blade of grass across one tiny wing. He smiled. Its journey had quietly continued. The shepherd looked toward the bird. "Will you keep it?" Elias thought for a moment, then gently shook his head. "No." He looked down the peaceful country road stretching beyond the hills. "I think it's still traveling." The companions continued onward. The little knitted bird rested safely in Elias' hands, waiting patiently for the next heart that might need a little unexpected company. The companions walked quietly beneath the warm afternoon sun. The little knitted bird rested safely in Elias' hands. Its tiny button eyes seemed almost cheerful, not because it had found a home, because it had found another journey. The countryside became quieter once again. The hills rolled gently toward the horizon. Wildflowers nodded beneath the steady breeze. Far above, white clouds drifted lazily across an endless blue sky. Nothing hurried toward the afternoon. Everything seemed wonderfully content to arrive exactly when it was ready. Lumen looked at the little bird. "I wonder how many people have carried it." Elias smiled. "I don't think anyone owns it. I think they simply borrow it for a while." Elias nodded warmly. Just like courage. The companions reflected on those words. Courage, hope, kindness, peace. None of them could truly belong to one person. They only continued from one heart to another. The path slowly descended toward a quiet village square. Unlike the busy marketplaces of ordinary towns, this little square carried no noise, only gentle conversation, laughter, the soft creaking of wooden shutters opening to the afternoon breeze. Near the center stood an old wishing tree. Its branches stretched gracefully across the little square. Dozens of colorful ribbons fluttered gently among its leaves. cream, blue, golden, green. Each ribbon carried only a few handwritten words, not wishes for wealth, nor success, only quiet hopes. May someone sleep peacefully tonight. May lonely hearts find kind company. May tired travelers discover gentle roads. May tomorrow arrive softly. The companions stood quietly beneath the branches. The ribbons danced together like tiny prayers carried by the wind. Lumen whispered their wishing for people they've never met. Or Elias smiled. The hidden library has always believed. The heart grows larger every time it hopes for someone else. Elias slowly reached into his pocket. His fingers found the small cedar token Rowan had given him. Instinctively, he smiled, then paused. The token was no longer there, not because it had been lost, because it had already completed its journey. He looked down instead at the tiny knitted bird. Its journey had not. Beside the wishing tree rested a small wooden shelf, simple, empty, waiting. No sign explained its purpose. It didn't need to. Elias gently placed the little blue bird upon the shelf. For a moment, he rested his hand beside it. No farewell, only gratitude. Lumen looked at him. Someone else will smile. I hope so, Elias answered softly. But even if no one comes today, it was still worth leaving. The breeze wandered through the ribbons overhead. Their gentle flutter almost sounded like quiet applause. Not for Elias, not for the bird, for the simple truth that beautiful gifts never become smaller by being shared. The companions slowly continued across the little village square. Behind them, the tiny knitted bird waited peacefully beneath the wishing tree, no longer part of Elias' journey, already becoming part of someone else's. And somehow, that felt exactly as it always had been meant to. The companions slowly left the little village square behind. The wishing tree remained beneath the warm afternoon sky. Its ribbons continued dancing gently in the breeze. The tiny blue bird rested peacefully upon the wooden shelf, already waiting, already welcoming, already continuing its quiet journey. No one looked back immediately. Some gifts were most beautiful when trusted to find their own way. The country road gradually climbed one final gentle hill. At its crest, the companions paused together. Before them stretched a wide landscape of meadows, orchards, woodlands, quiet villages, and distant hills fading softly into the horizon. Nothing extraordinary appeared. No castles, no towers, no magic glowing beneath the sky. Only ordinary places, made beautiful by ordinary kindness. Elias stood silently for a long while. Then he smiled. "I understand now." Lumen looked toward him. "What?" He let the warm breeze settle around them before answering. "The hidden library was never trying to teach us how to find magical places." He looked across the peaceful countryside. "It was teaching us how to become one." Silence followed, not because no one knew what to say, because nothing needed to be added. Elias' smile carried quiet pride, not the pride of a teacher whose lesson had succeeded, but the joy of watching a traveler discover something for himself. She gently looked toward the endless countryside. The library has never asked anyone to carry its buildings. It has only hoped they would carry its way of seeing. The companions stood together beneath the endless summer sky. A shepherd waved from a distant hillside. Children laughed somewhere near an orchard. A baker opened wide wooden windows to welcome the afternoon breeze. An elderly couple watered flowers outside a tiny stone cottage. Life continued, quietly, gently, beautifully. None of those people knew Elias. None had ever walked beneath the lantern keeper's cedar lights. None had rested beside the blossom lantern. Yet somehow, they already belonged to the same peaceful story, because kindness had always been the hidden library's oldest language. The breeze wandered softly through the meadow. Wildflowers bowed together. High above, a flock of swallows crossed the blue sky in effortless harmony. For a few moments, the companions simply watched them. No destination, no hurry, only graceful movement shared together. Elias quietly placed one hand over his heart, not to hold anything inside, but to recognize that something gentle already lived there. He understood now why Rowan never kept the lanterns, why Elian gathered herbs before sunrise, why strangers filled baskets for unseen travelers, why children left smooth stones upon little bridges, why blank pages waited inside old notebooks, why ribbons danced beneath the wishing tree. Every gift had quietly traveled home, not to the person who first offered it, but to every heart willing to continue its journey. The companions resumed their peaceful walk. Their footsteps disappeared slowly into the warm afternoon light. Behind them, the countryside continued sharing its quiet kindness. One smile, one gentle word, one thoughtful act at a time, and somewhere far beyond the noise of ordinary days, the hidden library smiled quietly to itself. It had never needed to be remembered perfectly, only lived as the little blue bird quietly waits beneath the wishing tree. Perhaps another traveler will one day discover it and continue its journey once again. And perhaps, somewhere beyond this story, one small act of kindness that begins with you may travel farther than you'll ever know. For now, allow the peaceful roads of the hidden library to grow quiet once more. Let the lanterns rest. Let the ribbons dance gently in the evening breeze. And let your own heart carry only the calm you need into the night ahead. If these quiet journeys have become a peaceful part of your evenings, your gentle support helps keep the lanterns glowing for every traveler who finds their way to the hidden library. Thank you for walking beside Elias once again. Sleep peacefully, dream gently, and whenever your heart is ready, the hidden library will be waiting to welcome you home.